Hello and welcome back. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia, the second Super Weekend. And of course, you are joining us here on day 3, the final day of the Super Weekend. And it is going to be a very, very spicy day that we have in store here. And of course, my name is DK and I'm joined with the ever lovely Span Cargo. How are you doing today, Span?
I'm excited to see what day 3 holds. How about you?
I'm super excited to get into this. Over the past 2 days, we've seen these teams really stepping up, bringing that A-class performance, and 3 teams in particular we've been seeing a really strong performance coming from. That, of course, being the players from the Zombies, Galaxy Racer, as well as the team from GUNZ. They've also been pretty consistent with their performance, so I'm quite excited to see exactly what these 3 teams are going to be doing, especially in the final 5 games that we've got for them today. So, I mean, just having a look at the stats that we've got overall so far for the Super Weekend, I mean, we've seen some really, really strong performances coming out, as I mentioned, from GUNZ, Galaxy Racer, and of course, the players from GUNZ. But even if we look back to the previous Super Weekend and just look at how Zombies and GUNZ were performing there, I mean, things seem to be already pretty much on par with what we saw in the previous Super Weekend. So are you expecting a continuation of this kind of skill coming in from these teams? Do you expect just an as insane game today as we've been having in the previous 2 days? Or are you expecting any of the other teams to potentially use this opportunity and step up to bring in those final few points in the last day here today?
You know, I'm interested to see what happens because there are a few teams that went ahead and found themselves at the top as well. And let's go ahead and actually take a look at the overall so far so we can kind of get used to what we're going to be expecting. I mean, you already mentioned it, Zombies Esports currently in first place with a total of 321 points. They have 5 chickens, and so does GUNZ Esport in second overall with 292 total points. Then Alpha Legends coming in third with 211, SUDOR Esports with 203, FalconsEsport not playing in this Super Weekend, but still coming in 5th with 196, RTG in 6th with 194, NASR Esports in 7th with 179, and then RICO Infinity Team with 168. I mean, we already went on ahead and pointed them out. Zombies Esports and GUNZ, they've been capitalized. They're so high up in the leaderboard. Last Super Weekend, I believe, Zombies was in 2nd, GUNZ was in 3rd, and it looks like they're just continuing that trend, going even higher, being able to jump over some of these teams into 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, that's just absolutely insane stats to look on. But of course, now we jump into that second page. We see the players from iKURD currently sitting up in 9th place on 154. We got the players from SCYTES in 10th place on 151. HOTLINE Esports in 11th on 144. The players there from YaLLa Esports in 12th place on 137. Galaxy Racer coming up the rear in 13th place on 134. Of course, the players from a Real Tiger 9 in 14th on 107. Then, of course, we got Raad sitting on 104, as well as the players from Flare Loyal in 16th place on 89 points. But I mean, looking just at Galaxy Racer, that's 134 points that they accumulated yesterday and the day before. That is just so far in the past 10 games. And of course, now looking at this final page, we got the players from Fate Esports sitting in 17th place on 67 points. Arab GSG in 18 with 53. And then, of course, the Snipers and the Fanatic Zombies, both teams sitting on 40 points. But that, of course, being at 90th and 20th place. But definitely really impressed with the gameplays that we saw coming in from yesterday's matches. And as we now jump into that bubble to look at the teams that we see at the lower end of that leaderboard. So we got Fate, we got Arab GSG, we've got the Snipers, and then of course the players there from Fanatics. And that is just to give you a little bit of idea of where they're currently sitting. So they're sitting on 67, 53, 40, and 40. So there is a little bit of a gap, a little bit that they still need to try and close up into this final day today to make it up in towards the top 16. All right, if they don't make it into top 16 just yet, in today's games, they're going to have to work so hard in this coming league days to make sure that they are back again in that third Super Weekend to get in the running for those points to move into that top 16. Because as we know, the top 16 teams are going to be the teams that will be moving on in towards the finals. So that is the final proving ground for these teams to show us what they've got. But I mean, we heard Wolf speaking about this yesterday. If you look at the amount of kills that is already on the board for the players from Zombies, I mean, they're sitting on 183. You know, that is just absolutely insane. But you also mentioned those chicken dinners. So as we know, on Super Weekend, these teams are also then rewarded for those chicken dinners. And as you can see, the players from Zombies and GUNZ both sitting on a very comfortable $5,000 apiece. Then, of course, we got the Falcons, RICO Infinity, Raad, and Galaxy Racer. All four of those teams currently sitting on $2,000 earned. And, of course, the players there from the Alpha Legends as well as Team NASR, both sitting on $1,000 apiece. So it's pretty amazing to think just how much these players can increase their purse purely just by bringing in a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, both the Zombies and GUNZ being able to pick up 5 wins so far. They have basically a 20% chance of winning games, while the other teams, such as Galaxy Racer, they have a 13.3% chance. And just knowing that 20% out of 16 teams, that's a very high percentage. And I want to see, we already went on ahead and touched on it a little bit, I want to see if they're going to be able to continue that, or if there are a few other teams that are going to be able to catch up at this point.
Well, of course, you know, we've seen a really strong performance coming in from Zombies, right? So we have the map stats just to show kind of how the Zombies have been performing over these 3 maps. You can see Erangel, it's a fairly decent map for them. If we move to Miramar, that is where they start getting a little bit more aggressive when it comes to kills. They're sitting on an average of 7.1 kills per game. And then, of course, looking at Sanhok, that is where they are just absolutely beast mode with regards to the damage they can bring on a map like Sanhok. So I definitely think we're in for a very interesting ride today to see just exactly what the team from Zombies will be able to do. As we saw at the end of yesterday, when we got into our top players over those matches, I mean, Zombies was, the whole team of Zombies was just lined up in that. You know, that is just, that speaks volumes to the skill that we see coming in from these teams. So I'm really expecting to see some strong performances coming in, especially from Zombies today.
I'm expecting it a ton. Soleil, Brig, they're both absolutely insane. Then yeah, you're right. I mean, usually on teams there's fraggers and then some support players and stuff like that, but all 4 of them being able to make it into the top 5 players. I mean, all 4 of them are up there with a member of GUNZ, I believe. But let's actually go and take a look at their stats specifically for the Zombies players. We could see that, I mean, Break already went on ahead and mentioned him, and Soleil as well, all the way on the other side of this map. We'll take a look at that. 15,006 damage, 67, 87, like absolutely huge. All of them together as well. Hamco, Humam, Zeko, Break. Looks like Zeko is able to stay alive a little bit longer with that 2252, but otherwise, just take a look at the overall damage for these players.
I mean, Soleil is an absolute beast. I mean, he's leading the team on damage. He's leading the team on kills. He's leading the team on knocks. That is insane. I mean, 67 and 87. Like, no surprise he dies so early, because, I mean, if I was that aggressive, that's kind of what you would expect. But it's really good to see just the skill level coming in with that. And that is, of course, why we've seen Soleil being crowned the MVP so many times before. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what exactly is going to be coming in from the players there from the Zombies. But, of course, you know, we've been speaking about Zombies, but GUNZ is also a team that we've really been seeing stepping up. They were performing exceptionally well in the first Super Weekend. They had really strong consistency through the league days. Now coming into the Super Weekend, once again, that consistency just keeps on building and building and building. They just have that momentum continue forward. And of course, let's have a look at a few of the stats there. As you can see, the players here now coming in, just looking at the stats compared to the first Super Weekend compared to the second Super Weekend, already seeing a bit of an increase coming in between that. So really looking for, that is the overall and the average. A really strong stat for the side here of GUNZ.
They're also the team that has that 20% chicken chance, already having 5 games under their belt. And yeah, they're able to pick up at least 8.5 average points per game. And mainly their points come from placement points, 5.3 average placement, while 3.3 kill points. I mean, in week 1, they were able to be in first with 145 points. And then coming into the second one, I mean, they're in 12th technically overall, just from this second week, and they are more placement point heavy, but it's just more. So week 1, they're able to go on ahead and pick up more, and it looks like they're kind of going on ahead, falling down a tiny bit, but they still have a high placement on the overall leaderboard. So they still are being consistent in getting up there. It's just a little bit less in terms of overall points, but still are being pretty consistent, like you mentioned.
But speaking about consistency, there's one team that we see struggling a little bit when it comes to that consistency, right? And that, of course, being the players from RICO Infinity. Right, so in the first Super Weekend, they performed fairly well. I mean, they finished off strong, finishing overall in 5th place on that first Super Weekend. But now, in the second Super Weekend, we're seeing things looking quite a bit tough there for them. As you look at the teams that we found in the Super Weekend so far, RICO Infinity sitting right at the bottom, sitting on 21 kills, only 7 placement points, which puts them on a grand total of only 28 points that they've been able to accumulate on the Super Weekend so far. So somewhere something has kind of broken for them. I don't know if it's maybe just you know, they've lost a little bit of that rhythm, lost a little bit of that flow, but it's definitely something that we're going to be looking towards today as well, to see how the players from RICO Infinity are going to be performing, whether or not they'll be able to come throughout these 5 matches here today, because it is going to be their final opportunity this week to increase those points and trying to secure their position on the overall. I mean, overall, they don't look bad. They're sitting in 8th place. So that's nothing bad. It's nothing really to scoff at. But we want to see that. But of course, you know, another team that we've been seeing just absolutely shining, though, is the players from Galaxy Racer. Absolutely phenomenal performance that we've been seeing coming in from them in their games just over this Super Weekend. As you can see, of course, now the tables have turned a little bit. Erangel is their stronger map with regards to damage, whereas Sanhok is the map where they bring in a higher average of kills, sitting on a 5.5, you know, average kill on that Sanhok map. But of course, we also have a few highlights just showing the skill, the power coming in from the Galaxy Racer team, and to give us a bit of a preview of what to expect as we go through the games here today.
Galaxy Racer, they're one of the teams that has the lowest amount of games played for the Super Weekends. They've only played 10 games so far from the past 2 days. Obviously, today is going to be their last 5 for this first Super Weekend, but they already went on ahead and jumped up, currently in 13th place overall for the Super Weekend. But actually, if you just look at the points for this Super Weekend, they're technically in 2nd, right behind Zombies and right above GUNZ. So they were able to pick up the most amount of points in 2nd place, so 2nd most amount of points just for this Super Weekend with an average of 8.9 points. They're serious. They missed the first Super Weekend, they qualified for this one, and they're going all out.
Yeah, they wanna set up a really strong position at the end of the Super Weekend, and that is why we're seeing that performance coming in from the side there of Galaxy Racer. So again, expecting a continuation on that momentum. I mean, already 2 chicken dinners for this week, but now, as I was talking about the players from RICO Infinity, we're going to be having a quick look at their stats, just to see where they are sitting and what things looks like in comparison. As you can see, of course, RICO Infinity, there we have our Super Weekend comparison. So, of course, a really strong performance coming in initially. As you can see there, 8,000 damage, then moving down over on towards 4,200. So definitely a little bit of a downfall there for the side of RICO Infinity, but really hoping to see them bounce back from that and come in looking so strong in these 5 matches that we have lined up for them today.
Yeah, so week 1, they're able to end up in 5th place overall with 140 points. And this weekend so far, just after 10 games, they're currently bumped all the way down to 8th place with a total of 168. So they've only gained about 30 points within our 10 games so far, which is obviously not as many as they were able to pick up week 1. So coming into this with these last 5 games, I'm sure that they're going to want to go ahead and increase that, because right now for Super Weekend 2, their average points are about 2 points, and that obviously is not enough to go on ahead and maintain it. I'm sure RICO Infinity today hopefully will go on ahead and get in here with a mission.
Yeah, definitely it's gonna be a tough call for RICO Infinity. I mean, not only do they have to acquire quite a few points in today's matches, but they need to have that consistency. I mean, one good game, it could be sufficient. It could be enough just to move them up a little bit. But of course, we're not looking for just one good game. We're looking for a good start, a nice momentum throughout all 5 games, keeping up that performance, keeping up that gameplay, and just, continuously placing in a really strong point. That is what we're going to be looking towards and hoping to see come in. But of course, that is not only the case for RICO Infinity, that is the case for all the teams on the board. We're expecting to see the best possible play that they can give us in the games here today. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how we're going to wrap up the second Super Weekend with these final 5 games. Of course, it is going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, and right back in again towards Erangel. So yeah, I'm excited to see how that is going to go. So I'm a little bit hesitant to ask you which team you think, or which team you're going to be keeping an eye on, because I kind of suspect I kind of already know what you're going to say. But either way, let's ask it.
What do you think I'm going to say, DK?
No, I asked the question. You got to return a question.
Okay, I was curious to see if you're gonna. I was curious to see if you're gonna guess it right. But I mean, yeah, I think I was pretty obvious the last time you asked me this question. I am interested to see how zombies are gonna go ahead and continue to perform, because they're just monsters when it comes to playing together in those fights. But then also, I'm interested to see. I love underdog stories. Galaxy Racer, they've been absolutely insane, being able to jump up all the way into 13th place, only having 10 games inside. So I want to see them be able to perform more. I mean, they clearly came into this Super Weekend. They knew that they had to go on ahead and gain a lot of ground, and so far they're doing so. So they have 5 more games to go on ahead and do that, and I just want to see them at the top of that leaderboard for each game as well, because that's obviously what they went on ahead and set out to do. How about you though, DK? Who are you taking a look at?
I'm currently looking at the teams that are in their first Super Weekend. Alright, so that of course being the players from Fanatic Zombies, Fate, Galaxy Racer, you've already mentioned them, and the other team of course being the players from the Snipers. Alright, so currently we've got the players fairly spread out. Alright, we got Fanatic Zombies currently sitting in 15th place for this Super Weekend, Snipers sitting in 14th place, and then of course the other team that we're going to be looking to as well is the players from Fate. So for just this Super Weekend, they're sitting in 8th place, so really interested to see how they're going to be faring in today's games, and of course just whether or not they'll be able to push on up. And of course, as I mentioned, these are the maps that we're going to be looking at to see what these teams can do. So definitely a few things that the teams know that they need to work on. I'm pretty sure that they've assessed their gameplay from yesterday, made notes, taken pointers on that, and decided they're a battle plan for today's games. So I'm really curious to see exactly how those plans will be executed and just how strong these teams are going to come into this final day of the second Super Weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited to go on ahead and see how some of these teams are going to be able to perform better this last day. Because as we already mentioned, we already talked about Zombies, GUNZ, Galaxy Racer, and RICO Infinity team. One of the teams, GUNZ, I mean, they're obviously currently in 2nd place overall, but the first day they did really, really well for the Super Weekend. Yesterday, they weren't doing too hot. So they did a really strong first day performance, a really weak second day performance. So now coming into day 3, are they going to continue that downward trend? Is somebody going to go on ahead and jump over them, or are they going to be able to bring it back? Just stuff like that, the small nuances, definitely keeping an eye out to see how that main leaderboard is going to move around. I mean, I feel like the top at this point might be a little bit more solidified, but it's really around that 16th place marker where a lot of teams are actually fluctuating.
But I can also tell you, I think when we get into next week's league days, it's going to be super interesting to see how these teams are going to go at it, because once we conclude today, the teams know exactly how much work they need to put in once again to make it back into Super Weekend. And of course, once they are then in that Super Weekend, they know how much points they need to acquire to get into those positions, to get into that top 16. So I'm really looking forward to seeing when the players from Raad, Falcons, Flare Loyal, and of course the players from Arab GSG, if they come back again into the Super Weekend. And if they do, it could be such an insane performance, especially Falcons. I mean, they were performing like absolute beasts in that week, up right at the top of the log. So far, they are still managing to hold on to 5th place just based on that first week's performance. So definitely it's going to be interesting to see which teams, of course, we'll be seeing in our 3rd Super Weekend and exactly how they're going to be performing. But of course, before we get too far into that one, we are going to be starting to turn, we'll be starting to turn our attention on towards Erangel to see how these teams are going to take on this first map. So moving to Erangel, right? What are you expecting to see? Is there any particular team that you'll be keeping an eye on, or just all the teams in general?
All the teams in general, honestly. I mean, there are a few teams that obviously do better on Erangel compared to other maps, and I think we actually saw that our day 2 days ago coming through from Galaxy Racer. They were able to go and win the first Erangel game, and then even on the second Erangel they were able to perform really well. So I think maybe Galaxy Racer really likes performing on Erangel, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do that again.
Of course, as we saw in yesterday's broadcast as well, there's quite a few supporters coming in for Galaxy Racers. So Galaxy Racers is definitely a fan favorite team, you know, spread out throughout the lobby here. So it's great to see all that support coming in for the teams, all the love coming in. So definitely looking to see whether or not that is something that's going to potentially give them that extra little bit of confidence as they go into today's game, knowing that, you know, there's so many fans coming to join, coming to watch their performances, but definitely expecting quite a few strong players. But yeah, I have to get back to RICO Infinity again. Really hoping to see them step up today. You know, just come out of those woodworks again, just bring in those players. Because there are a few points behind the players from the Fanatic Zombies. Fanatic Zombies, in fact, only being 12 points ahead of them. So one decent game from RICO Infinity could see them moving up once again. But of course, you know, on that one, we're going to be getting ready to move into Erangel to see what that flight path is bringing us. And exactly also then what these players are going to be doing with that flight path.
Looking forward to it, honestly. I'm also wondering if we're going to get ourselves a really easy playing path or a really hard one. We're obviously going to see that very shortly on where this is going to go, but so far it looks like we're starting all the way up in that top northwestern side of the map up by Zarky, so already the playing path might be difficult. I'm just looking forward to this first circle.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We are looking forward to it, and hey, you know, we are born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And that is what we're going to be looking at today, as we've got that flight path over towards that western side coming in from Georgia Paul up in the northwestern side, heading straight past Ferry Pier, so very western flight path. But of course, we're going to be looking to see how these players are going to be engaging their very own gamer mode and just how to perform on this first match of the final day of the second Super Weekend.
This one, I wouldn't be surprised if the zone gone ahead and pulls over here as well. I mean, if it does so, everybody that's already jumping out of the plane, I will be very happy. If it hard shifts over to the eastern side, we're going to have to see a lot of rotations come into play. And as we saw from the last few games, I feel like we ended up seeing a lot of chaos when it comes to that. A lot of people going ahead fighting pretty early. So, and I feel like I just cast your curse today. It's actually going to go on ahead and hard shift all the way over to that eastern side. So it looks like we're in for a little bit of a ride here.
Well, we were definitely expecting things not to be easy coming into this final day. And of course, you know, in true PUBG fashion, Erangel gives us exactly that. Puts quite a bit of a challenge up for these teams. Puts the flight path over towards the west. Chucks the zone all the way to that eastern side. So definitely some tricky rotations bound to come in from these teams. But so far the spread is looking fairly satisfactory. I mean, we've got a nice spread of teams on that far western side. As we move a little bit closer towards the east, you can see a lot of teams already mobilizing themselves, rushing in to get up into their loot positions, get their loot ready and prepped for these coming phases. You can see these teams are serious. They know what's at stake here today.
They definitely do. These are the last 5 games of the Super Weekend. Obviously, you want to go ahead and get as many as you can because there's potential that they don't join us in our last Super Weekend. At this point, I feel like the only way to go ahead and qualify in that top 16 places that these teams want is to really get into at least 2 of the Super Weekends. So some of these teams, you know, this is their first Super Weekend for at least 4 of them. It's a dangerous game. You know, they have to go ahead and play really well coming into this last league play because they have to make it into the 3rd Super Weekend. Meanwhile, everybody else, obviously, just in case, want to gain as many points as possible to kind of give themselves padding just in case they don't make it into the last Super Weekend. And I feel like Falcons, since they did so well on the first Super Weekend and they're still in 5th, they could potentially... Wait, I have to do the math. I was like, they could potentially not even come to the 3rd Super Weekend and still barely make it inside of the top 16, but I'd have to actually look at the numbers and do the math on that one to boldly make that claim.
Well, I can tell you we're in for quite a bit of a ride, but you know, one of the other teams that we've been speaking about in previous days as well was, of course, also the players there from Real Tiger 9. You know, one of the teams we've been also waiting to see that performance come in. See them step up to the plate, bring that A-class play. And hopefully, again, you know, we'll see that coming in from them as in today's games. And we're now watching the players here from Fate going about their looting phase, moving through hospital. But I mean, Fate also, they've got a little bit of a challenge up ahead. You know, they've got a little bit of work to do. They've missed out on that first Super Weekend. Currently, we're seeing them sitting over in that is, of course, they're currently sitting in 17th place overall. So definitely hoping that Flare starts stepping it up. But of course, the same goes for the players from YaLLa. Currently finding themselves over in 12th place. It's not a bad position to be in, but you know, we're expecting a stronger performance from their side as well.
I feel like I'm a little bit surprised that they're in 12th overall because I feel like yesterday and even the day before, YaLLa kept finding themselves towards the top of the leaderboard for some of the games, but they're still only in 12th place. Meanwhile, I think 2 of the teams that we were keeping an eye on as well came in as HOTLINE. And what was the other team that ended up going on ahead and jumping up to the top of the leaderboard a lot? But a few of these teams, as we already know, are kind of exceeding expectations at this point, trying to get to the top. And I mean, YaLLa was one of them. So them being in 12th place, I'm sure that they want to go ahead and go a little bit higher for today.
Yeah, definitely agree. So, yeah, here is the Real Tiger 9s. Just going through their looting phase, making sure they've got everything prepped and ready to roll. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some interesting plays coming in from the teams. You know, they've had 2 days in the Super Weekend where they've now had opportunity to analyze their gameplay, analyze the map, the play styles of the opponents, and from that come up with a plan that could be really beneficial for them. Of course, NASR was a team we also saw a really strong performance coming from, especially in the league plays. On the first Super Weekend, they finished up in 6th place overall, so definitely hoping that we see that increase as well. I mean, pretty much all the teams we're going to be looking at, I'm going to be saying, you know, I'm hoping for that increase, but that is honestly what I'm hoping to see. Because I want to see them all just playing this game at the level that we know they can compete at.
Oh, exactly. I mean, our whole thing really is we want to watch these teams, see the amazing things that they're able to perform to do, and we know that all these teams are capable. They've gone on ahead and shown us either definitely or given us a little bit of a hint, so we know it's there, and we want all these teams to go on ahead and do their absolute best because we obviously know that the stakes are really high, and we love to see it. We love to see the challenge coming in from all these guys taking fights with each other.
Yes, what we love to see, and of course now, as you've mentioned, you know, we know we've seen quite a few of the abilities that these teams have in store. You know, what they've got in their bag, what they've got up their sleeves. And I'm so excited to see exactly how much of that we'll be seeing in this first particular match. But now as we jump over towards the players here from SUDOR, you can see them all the way over towards the Nova crates. So a fairly interesting drop all the way down in towards the south. But of course, nothing really out of the ordinary for SUDOR. But what I'm curious to see now is how they're going to rotate out from this position and where they're going to plan on moving next from here.
You know, I'm not super worried about them, though, to be honest. They're one of the teams that was able to go and jump Falcons so far, now up in 4th place. And actually, the majority of their points come from placement points. So we obviously know that they're very skilled in going on ahead and making it further inside this zone. So it will be interesting to see how they're going to make that first initial entrance, especially because they are so far away. But I'm sure that they're going to go ahead and be fine.
Yeah, and of course, those first initial positions that the teams rotate on up into, at points, those could be absolutely crucial angles for them to take up. So definitely going to be looking to see exactly where these teams are going, what they're going to be doing, and what that will then result into. Will we have a little bit of a snowball effect coming in as the teams keep on pushing further and further in towards the zone? Of course, we're hoping to see that momentum build up come in. Of course, not expecting too much momentum in the early phases of this game, as it is pretty much still those looting phases, but it gives the teams the opportunities to move into angles where they think they'll be safe for the next few phases, or even potentially setting them up for those rotations. And as you can see exactly now, the players here from HOTLINEs and GUNZ just come flying right past the Fanatic Zombies. So definitely things are starting to heat up as HOTLINE and GUNZ are keeping a very watchful eye on each other.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's making a rotation through here. We were actually observing Galaxy races for a little bit, and I was going to say I'm quite nervous because that road up there is a really nice place to be playing, but honestly, it's a place where a lot of teams do rotate through, and then if they're to get into a fight, it's quite out in the open. But as of right now, they're actually fine. The majority of these teams driving by Fanatic Zombies inside of that new compound, and now it just looks like HOTLINE Esports are trying to protect themselves from the Fanatic Zombies as they try to pull up onto their little dip here. But it does look like Boyka, he's getting punished a little bit down to half HP, but he should be able to disengage off of that.
But I'm really liking the confidence that we see coming in from these players. You know, they've come in, they look so comfortable. Yes, they are in engagements, but of course they're playing a very calculated game. They're not doing anything that could maybe bite them in the foot. You know, you can see those positions. I mean, look, even the Fanatic Zombies, they've taken up that position, they're holding it, they're just tapping away those shots if they have the opportunity. GUNZ also rotating into a compound, keeping a very watchful eye over towards the shelter there, but again, not overexposing themselves yet. The same can be said here for Galaxy Racer. Really strong group work that we see, especially from the Galaxy Racers here.
I am so glad that they went on ahead and moved away from that top road area that they were holding into a little bit of a safer spot. And honestly, them pulling right on into prison, that Wizard Tower is a very, very strong location to be. So from there, they'll be able to make any sort of rotation vehicle or not. So nice spot for them to be able to grab already. Meanwhile, all these other teams are slowly still trying to figure out their own way inside the zone, as we can see from multiple people coming in on the northern side. But so far, almost everything in the center is taken, except actually Trophy Compound is completely open. I'm kind of curious to see who's going to be able to spot that and grab that first. Potentially HOTLINE, as you could see, all of them are kind of driving around looking.
Oh, a lot of rotations coming in. And I mean, YaLLa still venturing back and forth, trying to see if they can find any of those angles. But of course, now just leapfrogging in between the vehicles as they now move up towards this compound that we can see just up on the hill. We've seen a few fights break out in past games, but of course now looking to see exactly how these teams are going to try and position themselves. The players here from Zombies, of course, not taking that angle up in towards prison, just holding there for the time being. It is an eastern zone, so it's a fairly strong position if they can fortify it, but it also depends on where that zone goes. If the zone stays in and around this prison region, could be a really beneficial compound to be occupying.
Oh yeah, this compound just on the other side of prison. It's a really nice one to go on ahead and grab as well. Noble. It's really hard to actually push onto this, so really they're just able to go on ahead, sit back and shoot at anybody else that potentially gets near them. On the other hand, though, since nobody can really get near them, there could be the potential for nobody to really take shots at if they're able to go and LOS that compound, because it's really well known that that compound is unpushable but has sightlines on a lot of stuff. So Zombies, we know that they're fraggers. They get the majority of their points from kills. That position might not be the best for them in their play style, so I won't be surprised maybe if we see some of them start to expand out from there.
I'm definitely expecting this to start building, but I mean, I mentioned this before. You know, we're seeing these calculated maneuvers coming from the teams. Of course, you can see already the players here from Real Tiger 9 looking really calculated in their positioning. Just, you know, moving up bit by bit, the slightest bit. But of course, we see a few engagements now coming into that center part of the zone as we wait to see where the next phase is going to be taking us. And it heads further in towards the east, centering up over on towards Lipovka. So, wow, this is going to be an absolutely insane zone. We got so many players still in this game, but now everyone needs to try and squeeze into that region in and around Lipovka. I mean, if you want to talk about a challenge, this is definitely a super challenging zone.
Wow, that hardship over. Yeah, you can see even the people all the way on the outskirts, the furthest away, one of them being NASR Esports, they can really only make a really far wrap-around rotation at this point, because everybody else in front of them will obviously be filling up the first initial spots. They need to go on ahead and make a wide wrap to try and grab something else inside the zone. Meanwhile, everybody else is kind of close to center, instantly grabbing their vehicles and making a send for it, and it looks like Real Tiger 9 are going to be able to grab the edge of Lipo first, while Galaxy Racer that tried to do the same thing are unfortunately going to be shot off. I'm kind of curious to see if Zombies are going to stay where their spot was, or if they're going to attempt to move to. But this big hill smack dab in the center is definitely not an early zone location. So at this point, all these teams have to be careful, and this is only phase 2, so phase 2 to 3 could also pop potentially in the water, and then we'll have to see where the zone shifts off of water when it comes to 3-4.
Yeah, especially in a zone like this, as extreme as this one, location is absolutely key. It is absolutely crucial to move in. So we're already seeing a strong position coming in from Real Tiger 9 and the players here from Zombies. So if they are able to capitalize on this and just hold the fort for the time being, we're going to be seeing those kill points really starting to spike up, especially for these two. But now, we have the players from Alpha also trying to make that entry point. But, I mean, Saleh, once again, he is just fishing for heads. But Alpha, next to the players here from RICO Infinity, this is also a fairly tough spot to be fighting in, as we've got all these little dips. Oh, nooks and crannies for the players to be hiding in. As you can see, of course, now RICO Infinity trying to send those nades in, trying to fish for those hit markers. But Alpha playing this one really clever. Oh, as they move in, Jody steps up, finds one, finds two, finds three players all in one go. NASR is now the only remaining player for RICO Infinity, but up comes Marco from the snipers in Alpha. Oh, man, gets a full squad wipe onto the side of RICO Infinity, but they're not stopping there. They're continuing onto the side of the snipers as well.
Yeah, but it looks like Snipers and NASR are both making a rotation up here, but it's only going to be the Snipers now pulling up on the Alpha Legends right as they finish that fight. But as we can see, they're very much fine. There's not that much damage put onto them from the team that they already took out. And Snipers, they're the ones that have actually suffered more as well, even when Alphas were split in a 2-2 situation. They already lost one, and the other few are quite low HP, so they might be able to go on ahead and heal up before they continue making that push. But once again, zone shifting down to Lipovka. I mean, 2 to 3, it also doesn't cut out water. This next one should, so we know it's going to go on ahead and pull majority land, but this one, it's not even half land. The majority of this is water, so we're about to see this number of 15 teams go down drastically.
I mean, that looks like a third or maybe even 2/5 of the map is land. The rest is just water. I mean, this is going to be an absolute bloodfest for these teams to move in. And again, this is where positioning is absolutely key. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a strong performance coming in from RTG, the Zombies, and the players there from a Real Tiger 9. But of course, now iKURD, all the way over towards this western side, they have quite a challenge up ahead of them. They need to try and fight their way through the opposing teams, of course, being GUNZ, we can see right up in front of them, to try and get up in towards that zone. But really smart move coming in there from Helma and rotating around them to get that position behind the team from GUNZ. So he knows that if they start disengaging from this position, they're going to get caught out and run straight up in towards him. As you can see now, of course, Kalaga and the rest of the players here from iKURD starting to push in, sending up those mollies. Lord trying to get the res in on Freak. Fortunately, all the grenades and utilities that are being sent in are just overreaching and just missing them. But iKURD now using this opportunity to get those rotations in and push further up in towards that zone.
It looks like they don't want to have any part in that. Some of them leaving right now. One of their teammates staying a little bit behind, starting to toss some nades. But at this point, what's more worth it? Finishing off this fight or getting further inside zone? Looks like Helm, and he's trying to catch these last few points before grabbing his vehicle and making a rotation back. But his other teammates are going to try and get a little bit closer. But it looks like HOTLINE Esports will also be eliminated as we speak. It looks like Alpha Legends are able to find themselves some sort of a point just on the northern side of this zone. They're just outside. They have to go ahead and fight zombies or RTG to potentially get inside here, and the rest of the coast is taken as well. So Alpha Legends, they have a lot of work to do to get into this next one, and they could potentially actually go and third party some of these teams that are already in Lipovka that are taking fights.
Oh man, there's so many teams, but I mean, looking down a little bit to the south, SUDOR and SCYTES, they look quite comfortable down there, I gotta say that. But I mean, the rest, the northern portion of the zone is absolute chaos. We got YaLLa, we got NASR, we got the Zombies, we got RTG, we got Alpha, we got the Snipers. So many teams positioned up here, and this is going to be a really tough position. Firstly, to secure, but secondly, to move into. As I mean, you can see a lot of these compounds already being occupied by so many of these teams. I mean, the Zombies just looking absolutely phenomenal in their spread there. But Alpha, as you can see, SW2D3 now going for a bit of a swim, just trying to sneak up in towards that zone. So it's definitely going to be an interesting approach to get into the zone. But now we can see the teams still fighting it out in the north. Slow rotations starting to come in from the south. But NASR starting to venture a little bit further in towards the land, moving away from the coast, as they are probably expecting so many teams to be positioned on the beaches and trying to push a little bit further inwards. But what I'm curious to see now is where this next zone shift is going to be taking us. Will it move onto the land, or will it move onto the water? Either way, it's going to be tough, and it moves onto the shoreline. Oh my goodness, man, what is happening?
You know, I don't know. I was gonna say I would want to be real Tiger 9 in this position, because they have those warehouses smack dab in the center of that previous zone. Nobody can really push those warehouses without them knowing about it. But now this next shift, maybe I'd want to be some of the teams on the coast. The only issue is the teams on the coast, they're already actively fighting, so they could go on ahead and potentially take each other out, and all these other teams that are just on the outskirts of it could take their time and come in third party and take them down as they're already damaged. So they're definitely going to be waiting until the last moment before they start pushing in. Meanwhile, everybody further away, they're going to start making a hard push sooner rather than later. We can already see that kind of happening with this push happening between SUDOR and Fate, and SCYTES even as well over here.
Oh man, Fate now, they were trying to push on in, but SCYTES just putting up those defensive angles, and of course Ghost quickly trying to recover a little bit of health. As you can see, Fate down to potentially one, hopeful that of course being Isawi. But now the Zombies still just capitalizing on this chaos element, setting out so many shots, sending out those utilities, trying to find all those angles. But they also need to think of getting into the zone. As you can see, the team there from Galaxy Racer mobilizing themselves, starting to push on in. Alpha also now trying to increase their position in the zone. They've got quite a bit of ground to cover, but here we go now. Oh, absolute chaos erupting all across this map. So you can see NASR now feeling the pressure of the team starting to push on in. They're trying to hold the fort for as long as they possibly can. RTG also running into a bit of trouble there, but NASR now just peeking these windows, waiting for that opportunity, waiting for the players up ahead. But of course the snipers have a nade coming straight up in towards them. Oh, this is going to be such an insane 13 teams in this game, but I wonder for how long.
I don't know, at this point everybody's just sending it on in to the coast. Some of these teams actually sending it straight into the water. We can see that happening between Galaxy Racer and RTG, just in the water, just waiting it out and healing underwater. And meanwhile, everybody else on the edge are still fighting. Fate actually goes down, as you can see SUDOR pushing up on top of them. And the snipers even trying to take down Alpha Legends. It looks like it's only Chad's left, Chaos left.
Wow, this is an absolutely brutal zone, and it is not stopping anytime soon as the snipers finds the hits in towards Alpha Legends. Off they go back to warm the line. Of course, an absolutely brutal play, but Real Tiger 9 now coming in and moving up on towards these cliffs. This could be a really beneficial angle for them. And of course, we're going to be looking to see how they could try and capitalize on that. As you can see, the northern section of this beach, what is going on? The northern beach is so insane, so many teams, but that zone now once again shifting up in towards the water. I mean, We were expecting a challenging day, but this is just absolutely insane.
I don't think I have ever seen this. I'm not used to this whatsoever, but RT9, I love that they were able to find themselves a position up here, pushing out those warehouses now, being able to just shoot down at everybody and clean this up as this fight was already actively happening. Real Tiger 9, if they take everybody out here, they're the closest to the zone. They could potentially just stay here on top of the rocks and wait for everybody to funnel towards them on the northern side and pick up a lot of kills. They already have 5 kills, so I have a feeling we're about to see that number increase significantly.
I mean, this zone is just absolutely brutal. I mean, the only option for these teams is trying to get up into the drink. The blue zone, of course, now forcing their hand. They now need to push up in towards that water line. But this is where we could see a few teams a little bit slow on those rotations, just hanging back a little bit. Or if they've got a boat, take up those positions and just rip through the remaining teams who are all going for a bit of a swim. As you can see now, the Real Tiger 9 still holding on to this hill, riding out this blue zone as long as they can, but causing so many casualties just up and down the beach here. Of course, Jigsaw now focusing his attention all the way up into the side there of RTG. You can see NASR down in the water trying to pull off that hill maneuver with the vehicles. But of course, it is going to be so difficult as we see the players here from Fanatic Zombies getting caught out in the blue zone. Real Tiger 9 rather, looking very comfortable as they just casually stroll forward. Not a worry in the world. But this is going to be an absolutely brutal finish for the zone. As you can see, almost all the players just huddling up in the drink.
I mean, they have to. I mean, Real Tiger 9, honestly, staying on the land for as long as they have been, I mean, it gives them a chance to try and take shots at these players as they're underneath the water, you know, trying to at least get some more points before they're going to be forced to get inside the water. Because, you know, in the water, you can't do anything. You kind of just have to swim around and wait. I think this is just going to be a heal zone. Hopefully they have enough boosts to start making themselves heal on up, because otherwise everybody's just going to be looking at each other until the last person stays alive. Also, NASR Esports, look at that. It looks like maybe he might be able to stand up and get some knocks onto Real Tiger 9 if he's able to go and peek. He might be able to protect his teammates. No, but it looks like he's actually starting to swim as well. So Real Tiger 9, I mean, from staying up here and doing some damage, they could go on ahead and actually make this much easier for themselves. So they were able to stay on land the longest, take the last few shots, heal on up the most. Meanwhile, everybody else, I believe, is already damaged. So I already think that RT9 has a little bit of an advantage. Oh, no, but Surprise actually finds himself knocked.
Oh man, this is just absolute insanity. But of course, what's going to be super interesting to see is as we get to the end of these zones, exactly what these teams are going to be doing, because now we see Eagle picking up a nice kill there on the side of NASR, finding a beautiful hit. But now it is all down to health. How much health can they recover before pushing into the water? Because once you're in the water, the health you have is the health you have. There's no other way. But I'm really loving the scouting, though, coming in there, of course, from Ramp. He's swimming around in the water, calling out the positions for his teammates to draw their attention and find those hits. You can see Nabor now, getting eliminated. Ramp, of course, still in the drink. You can see that those comms just coming on through. And, of course, Real Tiger 9. This is next level big brain plays coming from them.
I mean, this is, if they're able to do it, this is exactly what they need to be doing. So it looks like they're going to be able to pick up a lot of kills. Look at that, already 10, finding people peeking up over the water. And honestly, well, look at that, just multiple teams trying to use the crate as some cover. So now it looks like, though, the zone is here. Real Tiger 9 can't go on ahead and continue to get those kills. And now it's just a swimming game. At this point, there's no big skill here. Maybe they'll be able to shove each other out of that very center zone. Like I said, RT9 being able to heal up on top of the water is also going to be a bit helpful. I think, yeah, taking a look at everybody else's HP, it looks like Ramp might have the most. So if he's able to find himself in the very center, he'll take, you know, the least blue zone. So maybe RT9 will be able to go ahead and yoink this for themselves.
I mean, this is one of the strangest matches I've ever seen. Strangest endings. But of course, the players there from Real Tiger 9 already managing to bring in 10 kills in this game. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. I don't think we're going to be seeing any additional kills coming in. So that means Real Tiger 9 finishing off really strong in this match. 10 points already to their name. So all that is left for them now is purely placement points. So we know we are in the top 8. This is where the points look fairly decent to the teams. But now the question comes in is who's going to be the last team to remain? Who's going to be the team to outlast this zone and get that lovely chicken dinner? Because, I mean, looking at MJ, the health is really low. So I'm not expecting Galaxy Racer to survive too much longer in this game. But, of course, Snipers, their play that looks the most hopeful there is also just hiding on the edge of that zone. So I'm hoping they can get ahead of that blue zone, as we now have about 20 seconds or so remaining on the clock before that blue zone starts closing in for the final zone. And then we see who our victors are for this first match here today.
Wow, I'm not even gonna lie, I went on ahead and took a screenshot of this. I want to go on ahead and just like, what is this zone? I'm like I said, I don't think I've ever seen this. Everybody just huddling up on the crate at this point. It does look like, there we go, some people are getting a little bit closer towards the center, but now it's just a little bit of a waiting game. I mean, MJ, I believe, was the first person from Galaxy Racer to send it into the water, so him being that low HP, maybe not super surprised, but at least he was able to make it into now. But I have a feeling maybe he'll go out first if the blue zone even touches him, because he only has like 2 HP.
I mean, this is insane. Like, now it's essentially a waiting game, all right, to see how long these players can stay afloat, all right? Because the moment you duck under the water and you lose your breath, your health starts to drop, and that, of course, diminishes your chances of surviving it all the way through. But looking at the round kill leaders that we had there, and of course the team stats, I mean, this is just insane. Real Tiger 9 finishing off with 3 players in this final zone, because that is what it is. We got time's up. Blue zone's going to start closing in, so this is now showtime. Now we're going to see which team will be the team to outlast, outhold, and just claim that chicken dinner for themselves. This is just absolute insanity.
I still think Real Tiger 9 got this. They were able to heal on up. I still think it might be them unless they get bullied out of that center position. The blue zone getting closer and closer to closing. At this point, everybody's just chilling and staring at each other. I mean, what else is there to do? A little bit of a pool party or something on game 1. You know, just a little bit chill ending here. All of them hopefully will be rested up going into game 2 at this point.
I mean, like in my 2 years plus of PUBG, this is only the second time ever I've seen a zone that ends in the water. The only other time was on Vikendi, but I mean, this is a first on Erangel. I've never in my life, in my PUBG history, seen a zone like this. This is just, this is insane.
I definitely have it in competitive. Maybe I have in like a normals match or something, but in competitive, definitely not. I mean, that 3 to 4 zone shift is supposed to, you know, take out as much water as possible. But this time the game was all like, no. It just went on ahead and defied the logic of that setup, pulling out even further into the water. I already said I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we've got an Atlantis finish. I mean, so this is definitely one of those, one of those oddball situations, something that we don't really see. So I believe, like, I mean, even if I was just a viewer, so if any of the viewers are watching this, you've never seen this before, please take a screenshot, post it. This would be so entertaining to see, because this is, I mean, what do you make of this? I mean, we got 8 teams still holding on into this. It is insane. We got Galaxy Racer, we got the snipers, we've got the players from SUDOR. That zone, of course, now starting to close. And I don't think I've ever seen these players being this close together.
No, at this point, it's just a big penguin huddle, you know? Like, don't get closer for warmth, though. Get closer to try and grab that center spot. And so far, it looks like Ramp, actually, the one with the most HP, is actually doing a pretty good job being in the center there. Oh, no. Did he just swim out? No. Wait. Was that bullets?
Oh, down goes the first player. Yeah, that did sound like bullets. All right, here we go.
Eagle.
It is now all down to health.
He got it, Eagle. He was the one in that center. Yep. The last 2 members from Real Tiger 9 being able to stay up on that beach, take shots of those little fishes swimming around and healing on up. That went on ahead and was able to secure them that win. That was insane.
That was some really big brain plays coming in there from Real Tiger 9. I really have to say I am really impressed with how they played the zone. I mean, just hanging around as long as they could on that coastline, as you mentioned there. Just taking those kills, taking those picks, and of course, taking the chicken dinner. But of course, we'll be right back with the standings and the breakdown of this match after a quick short break. So see you guys right after. Hello and welcome back. We just saw an absolutely insane match. As I said to you, Span, during the break, that was a typical Dory game, you know, because all they had to do was just keep swimming. That was it. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. That was it. I mean, that is how you can explain that final zone. But of course, before we continue, we need to give a shout out to Nemo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, National Cup, and Campus Championship in 2021. But Span, I mean, Let's look at the match stats for this past game. I mean, that's all I can talk about for the time being, as we see the players there from Real Tiger 9 coming in on 25 points, being able to pick up 10 kills in this past game, and of course a big brain play by them, staying on that coastline as long as they possibly could. Of course, RTG in second place on 16 points. The Sites there in third place on 15 points. Alpha Legends finishing in fourth on 10 points. SUDOR in fifth on 9. And then, of course, we got GUNZ, NASR Esports, as well as the players from the Snipers finishing up in 6th, 7th, and 8th place. All three of those teams finishing then, of course, on 8 points apiece. Oh, sorry, Snipers finishing on 6 points. My bad.
You're good. Yeah, Real Tiger 9 being able to stay on that coast. I mean, obviously, we already know it's huge. Being able to get those last few kills shooting into the water and healing on up. I mean, nobody else really could go on ahead and do that because it was them that had that position by those rocks. And I mean, even these other teams, Fanatic Zombies in 9th with 4 points. Same with Zombies Esports 4. Galaxy Racer, they went out in 8th place, only able to pick up 2 kill points, so 3 total points. And iKURD Esports in 12th with 2. YaLLa and Fate going out in 13th, 14th with 1 each. And then HOTLINE Esports and RICO Infinity team coming in 15th and 16th place. Some of those teams didn't even make it to the water gameplay at the very end because so much fighting ended up happening on that beach. That beach was deadly. And then, as we already know, only Real Tiger 9 was able to stay on there for the longest possible time because they ended up having that big rock section for themselves. And let's go take a look at those highlights. I hope it goes and shows that water.
Well, of course, this is where it all went south. I mean, this zone shifting so far over towards the eastern side, I haven't really seen such an aggressive zone shifting. Because, I mean, Alpha just capitalizing on their own positioning, picking up that squad wipe onto the side there of RICO Infinity. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Now, I mean, we were sitting on 16 teams, 15 teams, all the way up in towards this endport. That's crazy. And then the zone just keeps on shifting the way it did. Oh, but I mean, I really gotta say, the best positioning for me on this one was definitely the teams that came in with those much later rotations. And of course, Alpha getting squad wiped. We saw Fanatics also stepping up. NASR also trying to find a little bit of a delayed rotation there. But Real Tiger 9 just hitting this one right out of the park. I mean, Ramp, as we'll see in the next in one of the next highlights, he just next leveled that nice strat right there.
Yeah, it was also big of the team to get a knock at the Surprise there. He almost got on ahead and secured a point for his team, but Surprise was in fact Rez, so he was able to join the rest of his team in this water. And then, yeah, a little bit of a fast-forward game here. Eagle grabbing that center position. Those heals definitely helped out a lot. Take a look at Real Tiger 9's stats as well, coming to that Surprise, actually with the most damage, 514, and the most kills. And it looks like the rest of his teammates and him were also able to grab a tie, coming in with that 2 assists. And Eagle, he was the one in the center, 2940 survive time.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle, he was just clutching it out for his team, you know. Found himself right there, spreading out in that zone, lying there waiting. It's like, I got this, I got this. Everybody else can just go back into the blue. And I mean, he made it. He got that chicken dinner at the end of the day. But I'm really impressed with the strat that came out from Ramp, where he jumped into the water, swam up to the opposing players, pointed them out to his teammates, and that, of course, is what resulted in Real Tiger 9 picking up absolutely phenomenal big brain play coming in there.
I do not disagree whatsoever. I mean, really, there's nothing else to really analyze at the end there. I mean, Real Tiger 9 was the only team that was able to play on the edge for the longest time with the positioning that they were able to go on ahead and actually take from some teams that ended up pulling up there. I was interested to see all the fighting happening on the beach as well, and it really was the people that ended up coming in on the edge that were able to survive the most. Even the teammate I already went on ahead and pointed out first that made it in first was actually Galaxy Racer. They went on ahead, sent in one member immediately. They're the first people in the water, but they were able to only pick up 8th place because of just how low of HP he had. He was in the water the longest, so he got shot at the longest. So he only had about 5 HP by the time that zone ended up closing. So unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to gain any higher of placement points in that situation. But I mean, he had the right idea in that end.
But I mean, so aside from the zone being as brutal as it was, you know, this first game really changes up the stats. Really changes up the standings that we've been seeing coming in from these players. So I don't know in my mind really if I want to count that last map, because it was such a weird kind of one, you know, ended up in such a unexpected way. But of course, that is the beauty of PUBG. You know, you never know what to expect coming in from these zones. So always just keeping the players and us, the casters, on our toes, keeping us guessing with what exactly is going to come from this game. So yeah, that last one really changing up the stats. So I'm quite curious to see what Miramar will bring. I'm not expecting the zone to be as brutal as we saw in this first match here, but definitely expecting to see those plays, you know, leveling out a little bit more as we head on over in towards Miramar, back into normality.
Yeah, I guess we were expecting something big happening on Erangel. I mean, I guess we got it, honestly. At that point, it's kind of a feels bad moment as well, though, because all those teams, it's like, how do you go on ahead and play that? How often does that happen? They can really prepare for stuff like that to happen. I mean, I guess that is what PUBG is about, is keep on your toes and figuring out how exactly to play that, no matter where the zone goes, where your positioning is. And Real Grenade was able to go on ahead and do it. And all those other teams, I mean, they did the best that they could think of as well. They had to send it into the water. It was going into the water. Like, they were right as well. So feels bad though, because that zone was really hard to play off of. Basically, you couldn't play out of it. So yeah, as you said, going into Miramar, there's definitely less water. Hopefully expecting a little bit of a different situation to happen. All these teams should have a chance to go on ahead and play as normal, continuing to be able to play their usual great gameplay. And it's be interesting to see who's going to be able to get on top in that situation. Because as I already said, at that point, it seems like everybody might have rested up a little bit inside that water zone.
But so one thing that I'm interested to look at today is exactly, you know, what the players from Fanatic Zombies are going to be doing. If we look at the stats from yesterday, right? Fanatic Zombies yesterday was the team that found themselves right at the bottom, bringing in the second lowest amount of kills. I mean, GUNZ, they had a pretty tough day, finishing off on an average of, well, a grand total rather, of 5 kills. But I mean, Fanatic Zombies, they finished on 9 kills and 10 placement points. So really hoping to see that increase coming in from Fanatic Zombies, just to find them in a little bit later in the game in those higher placement points. As you know, they don't necessarily need a lot of that, but if we do look over towards the overall standings, I mean, they're currently sitting right down at the bottom. So I mean, they are in, I could almost say, dire need of points. So hopefully the remaining 4 games today here we will see them step up and start bringing in those points they need to try and move themselves up that leaderboard. Because I mean, yesterday it was a really tough showing for them, and of course, you know, the first day on Thursday they finished up in 12th place overall, so also not bringing in the craziest amount of points. So hopefully today would be a little bit of a better day for them.
They definitely need to go on ahead and gain points. This is the last 5 games for this super weekend. You know, going into the next one as well, the next super weekend, all these teams that are finding themselves below that 16th place are obviously hoping to get into the next super weekend, and hoping the 4 teams right above them going ahead and don't make it. So at that point, is it kind of like a... It's kind of like a feed points to the top few teams, make sure that the teams right above them don't gain any, so that they have a chance to go on ahead and overtake them. But definitely, I already feel like their focus after these games are going to be on qualifying, because they need to at this point.
I mean, definitely looking to see what will be happening there. But I mean, if we look at what we've seen in our first day of the super weekend, comparing that to the second one, there's definitely quite a bit of a change up as we move back and forth between the teams, right? So the players from Alpha Legends, for instance, on the first day, finishing up in 7th place overall for the day. Yesterday, they finished up in 13th place overall. So, again, there is that opportunity for them to step up, bring that extra bit of play, gain those extra bit of points, and show a little bit stronger consistency. But I mean, if you talk about consistency though, NASR, not necessarily ending up in the best positions, but they are consistent in where they end at the end of the day. day 1, they ended up in 8th place. Yesterday, they ended up in 8th place as well. So fairly consistent positioning there from them. Again, not the greatest amount of points, but it is consistent. And at the end of the day, consistency is really good, because you know that you are securing yourself with a certain amount of points that you are able to acquire in the games for that day. So I guess it could be an interesting strat for teams to play. But are there any teams that you are expecting to see an extra little bit more from in the next match in Miramar?
In the next match, you know, I'm not quite sure what team goes on ahead and really shines on Miramar. I feel like we've seen a few different teams, but do you? I know you have the little stats up. Is there any team that's standing out for you coming into Miramar?
Well, not again, also not in particular necessarily one team, but of course we are going to be jumping straight into the match to see what the teams are going to bring us, and we're going to be having a look at exactly how these teams are going to be performing. But of course, well, I guess if I have to call a team, I'd probably say maybe a RICO Infinity or Fanatic Zombies, one of those two teams, because I've already been talking about them. But you know, Span, again, we are all born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with a much loved Reno 5 series, and again we see a fairly northern flight path coming in, so hoping to see that gamer mode come in from the teams and have them perform to that next level.
And it also looks like our first plane path here on Miramar is straight down the center, starting by El Pozo, ending just to the side of Junkyard. This is a really neutral plane path in this situation. Everybody hopefully will be able to spread out, and looking forward to see what that first phase is. But obviously, as we know, hopefully not going on ahead and sending it into the water, so we might be able to see some exciting end gameplay this time.
Yeah, I think the teams are pretty safe with water for this one, but of course we can't speak too soon on that, as we are waiting to see where the first initial zone is going to be going. And of course, there is a little bit of a potential, but I don't want to say much about it just yet, as we wait to see where that zone is going to pop up. Oh, thank goodness.
We're safe.
All right, it went all the way to the west. We are safe on land. None of these teams need to worry about Dory anymore, as we now look to see how the teams will try and rotate up. GUNZ already looking pretty strong, positioned up in El Pozo. We got Real Tiger 9 on that far western side. RICO Infinity up in towards La Dralera and Monte Nuevo. So again, a fairly strong angle already within the zone. But now I'm curious to see where the teams over on the eastern side are going to try and rotate into.
Again, whenever the zone goes ahead and pops super far away, at that point you just have to wait a little bit, loot on up, wait for everybody else in front of you to get inside the zone further, so then when you make your rotation either super far to the north or the south, you can just go and play edge. So I have a feeling SUDOR, SCYTES, Alpha, Legends, all of them are just going to go ahead and wait a little bit for everybody else to get in front of them, and hope, obviously, that everybody else has moved inside further so that they can backfill.
Well, there's a lot of opening on the zone. And already a portion of the zone, there's kind of a trend that we're seeing coming in today. Can't really call it a trend just yet, but it is a slight pattern. That zone moving up into those non-playable areas, as we see that far western shift. But now, the players here from Alpha, of course, in El Azahar, their home ground, making their way through, grabbing their loots up, getting themselves ready and prepped to roll up in towards these next phases. So, definitely looking to see how the teams are going to perform in this Miramar map. You know, Alpha currently sitting in a 3rd place on the overall standings. So they're really in a good position, but of course now, will they look to try and improve those standings overall, or will they maybe get stopped on their way in towards that? Because I mean, there's a lot that can come from this, and of course the players here from SUDOR also sitting in a fairly interesting position. They're currently up in 4th board, so definitely a strong play so far from them.
Definitely a strong play, as you mentioned, and I mean, it's just at least a waiting game at this point. You can even take a look at other people inside the zone that aren't quite close to zone just yet. They'll have to make a big rotation as well. And I mean, HOTLINE Esports, they're also somebody we want to keep an eye on because they were doing really, really well on day one of this Super Weekend. So I'm interested to see how they're going to be able to perform on this map as well. First, starting off with a really rough rotation coming in through them, but I have a feeling that they're going to be able to kind of persevere coming through that. And even Fate, this is their first Super Weekend inside. We already went on ahead and took a look at them. They're the team that's in 17th place overall, I believe, right now. The second best team that haven't gotten to play Super Weekend just yet. Galaxy Racer just above them. They definitely have something to prove, and I believe yesterday they went on ahead and kind of proved that they belonged here, getting at least one win. So they have a few more chances today to go on ahead and solidify that even further.
Yeah, definitely. They've got those opportunities to bring in those points and try and solidify that. But now, of course, the teams are just going through the looting phase. We're waiting to see where the next phase is going to be taking us, as we have that blue zone starting to close on in with the zone all the way over towards the western side. So definitely looking forward to those rotations, seeing if we'll have any teams potentially trying to challenge any positions for the time being, or potentially as we move into the next phase. A lot can still happen as we are in this early game. So really looking forward to seeing how that is going to unfold and unravel as we progress further in through these phases. And I mean, Miramar in general is a fairly interesting map to look at, to see how the teams play it, how they approach it, and just how they position themselves. It is a slight bit of a change up, of course, coming in from Erangel and then, of course, leading into Sanhok. So yeah, again, looking to see who will be the team to step up today to claim that chicken dinner and give us that just top class performance.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And it's now around the time, it seems, where everybody might be starting to make their initial rotations. YaLLa Esports moving their vehicles a little bit, getting in their last few looting buildings, and even necessarily their... Oh no, they got their vehicle stuck. It looked like they were trying to go ready to go, but their bus finding themselves perfectly balanced in between two ridges. I mean, this is the danger of Miramar, honestly. I've seen buses and Murados especially just getting stuck in a lot of these ridges, really hard locations for them to be able to drive through. And it looks like it went on ahead and struck NASR again, losing out their bus. Now they have to go on ahead and run towards a road to try and find the next vehicle, because on phase one, especially all the way in Bandito, with this phase super far to the western side, a vehicle is important. It's vital to get to survive, basically.
So would it be fair if I called that a bust? I'll take the sigh as a yes. A very unfortunate yes, but it is a yes indeed. So definitely looking to see whether or not we'll have any other teams coming up with a bit of a bust, as they all now just start moving in. And it's not crazy rotation distances that we see coming in from that eastern side, but definitely a few interesting rotations within the zone already, as we can see the players there from Zombies pretty close to the team there from iKURD, and of course Galaxy Racer as well, as we can see those shots now flying up. Mum falling off of the side of the mountain there. That is not an easy place like that.
Definitely not. Galaxy Racer actually almost got that knock on him, but it looks like he went on ahead and jumped out of a vehicle or jumping down that hill, and he finds himself knocked. Galaxy Racer almost got that, but oh! Soleil going to spot out with one back, gets a knock onto him. So it looks like both of these guys have at least one member down. It looks like Galaxy Racer wants to be aggressive. Break here, getting a knock into one, and it looks like Nox just trading back and forth right now as Reses are attempting to come through.
Oh, yep, there we go. Come on. Will we see the players here from Zombies get a clean swipe in on the side here of Galaxy Racers? They've already put in quite a bit of damage. NJ now quickly trying to some distance in the meantime. But of course, now you can see Oasis now in hot pursuit there, following suit, rotating up as well, trying to get ahead of Zombies. So really strong start here for Zombies so far, picking up the 2 kills. But now, will they be able to get the follow-up on that? Will they be able to get the squad wipe in on the players from Galaxy Racer?
That is potential. I mean, they know exactly where he is. It looks like they're all kind of running over, at least to grab their vehicles. It's just a question is, will they continue their aggressive play style, crash onto that to finish it off, or are they going to make a rotation? Meanwhile, it looks like Fanatic Zombies and Alpha Legends both trying to make their own rotations, end up catching each other right beside Hacienda. So they're just trading bullets back and forth at this point. It looks like Fanatic Zombies will at least be able to secure one as Bood secures that kill.
Yeah, they definitely don't seem too bothered where they are just yet, seeing that the blue zone has caught up with them. Of course, now it is that first phase, and oh, Kaito just gets picked up there by the blue zone. Bood really trying so hard to find those shots, but chills. He just chills there on the side, you know. He's just like, don't worry, I've got mates, I'll heal up, you know, I'm all good, I'm sorted. You know, see if you can find the rest of the heads in on the side here of Alpha, and that is exactly what Fnatic is now doing. They're starting to push in. They're looking for those confirmed. They're looking for those points. And of course, if you can pick up a few easy points out in the blue zone, I mean, why not? It is, you know, like there's the easy knock thanks to the zone. But of course, now Jody is not backing out of this fight just yet, waiting for the players there from Fnatic to dare move in to the compound. But Mexico coming up there from the rear, cooks the nade up, sends it in. Oh, beautiful bounce inside, not finding the damage on towards Jody though. See Chaos also just off in the distance there. Their health not looking too great, but Jody trying to hold up as long as possible. Oh, now finding their way on over. Will Jody be able to survive this one as Boyka comes rushing in? Oh, knows exactly where to find Jody, but Chaos now on the opposite end finds a beautiful hit in towards Shills. Man, a nice play there by Chaos, but of course, will that be enough? Still the full squad of Fnatic up ahead. Will Chaos be able to pick up any more points?
No, that's a good question. I mean, Chaos, the last one up, and this situation is really rough for him. I don't even see a vehicle around him. Maybe there's one a little bit further away, but I mean, you mentioned going blue zone, taking fights and getting some early points, like why not? But it's also so dangerous. I mean, you can already see that on the side of Alpha Legends. There's only one of them left. And they still have to get inside zone. At that point, when they get inside zone, they're going to be taking a lot of damage, using the majority of their meds. And I mean, it's kind of, what do you look at? Are you going to go on ahead and prioritize getting a lot of those early kills or getting inside zone? And oh my goodness, Eagle from Real Tiger 9 spotting out GUNZ as they were stopping in front of this compound. I'm sure they thought it was free, and that's why they went on ahead and pulled up so confidently.
I mean, Eagle, you can see the water there on Erangel did him wonders as he's now so confident taking on the side there of the GUNZ team. But Raouf now cooking up that nade, sending it in. Oh, finds a little bit of damage into the side of Eagle. Oh, Alpha Legends get eliminated as Chaos gets sent on back. But here we go. Raouf now moving up, looking for that head in towards Eagle. Eagle, of course, the last hopeful for the Real Tiger 9 team. But he's looking pretty confident, pretty comfortable as well. Gotta say, even though we can see there's a full squad up ahead, really exceptional handling of the situation. So also Eagle looked so comfortable in the water, but unfortunately he was now like a fish out of water, getting caught in between the players there from GUNZ. And of course, GUNZ swoop in, getting back to their consistent play.
That was a really nice start to that fight, though. I think that was really the best outcome in that situation, with the rest of the four-man now recrashing them, protecting their teammates. So I do think that that was the best Eagle could have done. So definitely kudos out to him in that situation. Unfortunately, finding himself out really early on, they need to go ahead and focus on the last 3 games of today. And it also looks like zone about to shift again. Will this go ahead and be even further to the west is kind of my question, because that is where the challenge zone usually goes. And it looks like it is staying a little bit over to the western side, but mostly going up to the north side of Monte Nuevo, where a lot of those ridges actually come into play, a lot of mountains. So that means a lot of players are going to be able to play up on the high ground and potentially shoot down at people below them.
Yeah, I mean, so far the matches today has been quite a bit of a shuffle, quite a bit of a back and forth, and of course we are only in the second one now, so we're waiting to see exactly how the teams are going to handle themselves in this match. You can see Ragnar here from RICO Infinity stepping up with that M24, M4 just to quickly change on over, and of course now the players here from NASR keeping a very watchful eye on the players there from iKURD just down below. But NASR has a fairly decent position, but ideally I would like to see a similar kind of position, but just in the zone. I mean, they got about 10 seconds left on the clock before they need to start pushing back up in towards that zone. The blue zone, of course, about to start closing in. As you can see, Patika now taking a few shots as S-Rod, oh, just comes in with the spray from the top of the hill. So really strong sprays that we see coming in. But of course, will those sprays be able to, move over in it towards damage and then get converted into kills?
You have to keep an eye on that. Looks like NASR Esports are pretty spread out on this one. iKURD, though, have the high ground. They know exactly where Batika is. He had to pull inside because his vehicle was taking a lot of damage. And oh, there goes down one iKURD member, potentially to get their downed teammate. And I'm interested to see if they're going to continue to be aggressive onto Batika.
I mean, they could be. I mean, it's always great to see some vehicle explosions, even though there wasn't anyone in it. But now Galaga stepping up, trying to find that spray in towards Patika once again. But it's a really tough spread now, especially for the players just down below. But as we now jump up in towards SUDOR, you can see them keeping a very watchful eye on the players there from RTG. But of course, Senke coming in with that Mini 14 with the 8x scope on. That is a beast in the right hands. And maybe Senke will be our beast for this game.
You're looking forward to it. Looks like a few more of these teams have to make their way on in. SUDOR Esports, after getting some knocks onto RTG, though, are deciding to actually make a full-on crash into this. They have the edge of this zone, so they decide that this is the best course of action for them, but Marshall is going to find himself knocked as well. Lazy going down, too. I mean, SUDOR, they only have RTG. I mean, they only have 2 people left up inside of that one story, while SUDOR are slowly surrounding them, and I really like this push around from one of the members as well, coming in on their southern side. Chapo and Senke, they're in for a lot of help.
All right, but well, don't count El Chapo out just yet. He's coming in, holding the fort, trying to get in those shots as we see the players here from SUDOR now trying to get those angles. Up comes the mollies. The Utils getting sent in. Beautiful one getting sent over. Hidan, of course, now trying to hold up the angle here as well. SUDOR, they had a nice aggressive push, but I mean, the players here from RTG was just able to hold their own, but up comes a phenomenal nade. El Chapo steps out, finds the hit into its 2-track. So Hidan now the only player standing between the players here from RTG and a squad wipe on the team there from SUDOR. So this could be an absolutely phenomenal play. Let's see whether or not El Chapo will be able to pull it off. It is going to be so close as Hidan now starts moving in. El Chapo trying to recover some health. Oh, gets up, but down he goes. Hidan finds the shots and sends RTG right back into the lobby. Absolutely phenomenal handling coming in there from SUDOR. But now, of course, we move over towards the players from Fight who are trying to push in onto the side there of snipers. You can see Klabj now just finding a quick hit into the side there of Reef. But fortunately, the rest of this Fate squad deciding to rather disengage. Instead of hanging around trying to make something, trying to make a play from that. But Laith now not being so fortunate, getting hit. Isawi also getting hit. So things are looking pretty tough for Fate.
And it looks like they're trying to just disengage off of this because the zone, as you can see, pulled even further to the western side. Ragnarok actually finding himself a compound, but Laith being stuck in the middle of this field, definitely not ideal. They might just be down to 1 person left, honestly, inside that zone, especially as Reef is slowly bleeding out. Ragnarok, Laith, the last 2 up. Laith doesn't have long, honestly. He needs to just hope that they're going to go on ahead and finish off that rotation so he can continue to run on in. And SUDOR Esports, they ended up taking a huge hit with that crash. The last 2 of them now trying to run inside this new zone, but NASR Esports seem to be pulling ahead of them. And it looks like they might stop soon because Naboo actually had to go ahead and stop too.
Oh man, that was a beautiful spray coming in there. You see Hidan now moving in, trying to get the confirm and picks it up. The 5th kill for the side there of SUDOR. So SUDOR really stepping up their play here in this Miramar game. But of course, they're also looking fantastic on that leaderboard. But NASR now, on the other hand, finding themselves in a little bit of a vulnerable position as we got YaLLa right there on the edge, but Ida gets knocked out as well. Now Bandar trying to move on up, trying to get that raise back in towards Ida. But this is where things get interesting because these hills can be a very advantageous angle to play off of.
It definitely is. I mean, I already mentioned it. High ground, so much better than being down below. They could potentially get stuck down below as well, unable to get up on top. So everybody that found themselves a nice position up here early on is going to be quite happy coming into this next zone, especially because this next zone actually went ahead and shifted even further up on top. So looks like we might have a little bit of a mountain ending. So everybody else on the edge here, they have to find their way on in by taking these fights. And starting all the way on this eastern side, there's quite a few teams that are having to make their way in over here. So we're going to see a lot of action on the eastern side soon.
But I'm really liking this confidence coming in here from SUDOR. I mean, they're looking so comfortable. We've got Saif and Hedan both now just holding this eastern angle, finding head after head into the side there of Snipers. And of course, Snipers now trying to rotate up, trying to get that res back up into Zaid. But now the rest of the teams, the rest of the lobby rather, we see the teams just spread out throughout this entire region. Of course, curious to see where the next phase is going to be taking us, because I think the teams already positioned in that phase. Yep, there we go. If they are able to fortify their angles, they are going to just absolutely reap the benefits off of that, as we can see Lath now just succumbing to the blue zone. But NASR and the players here from RICO Infinity, of course, holding up on this eastern side of the zone. They still need to find a way in. They're not that far away from zone, but NASR picking up that shot in towards Patika. A really interesting play here from RICO Infinity, but now, of course, we're looking to see that momentum, that continuation of that aggression.
Yeah, they need to go ahead and start clearing that edge, because as you can see, I mean, at this point inside this zone, it's really difficult to find a place to be able to play. RICO Infinity team need to be playing underneath this mountain the entire time, have to be wary of YaLLa as well. So inside this zone is really only SCYTES, YaLLa, Zombies, and iKURD. Everybody else now pushing on in. They need to start taking shots at them, and oh, look at that, getting a knockout to one of the YaLLa members. I mean, that's going to be huge for everybody else starting to make their own rotation in. That's really the only thing they could do here, is just hold off the people from trying to shoot down on top of them.
Yeah, I mean, YaLLa in a strong angle up on the top of that hill, but of course that also makes them a target. But now we see the players here from HOTLINE trying to roll on in, but Freak blows up. Bengals now tries to put a few more hits into the rest of the HOTLINE team. As you can see, Mana and Molto just up ahead. Molto just scraping through, so low on health. Managing to quickly heal up, but of course Umar getting taken right on out. Aman and Molto now the two remaining players there for HOTLINE, but GUNZ quickly mobilize themselves, ready to push further on up in towards that zone, as they now try to find their entry point up in the north. But they have the zombies and the players there from YaLLa up ahead, so it is going to be quite the battle if they want to stay in this region.
I'm interested in this fight, actually. I mean, GUNZ and Zombies, they're our top two teams right now, according to the leaderboard. So seeing number 1 and 2 start getting in a fight, I'm interested to see how this is going to turn out. And so far, starting off strong, GUNZ Esports tossing in a ton of util in the direction of Zombies. But so far, neither of the teams have gotten a knock. And the only thing that could really go on ahead and influence this further, as you mentioned, YaLLa and potentially the team over to the eastern side as well could hear this fighting and try to peek on over. And I definitely don't think that that'd be good for GUNZ in this situation. Zombies a little bit more protected in the tiny bowl that they have on these ridges.
Yeah, and of course the players from Zombies, they're trying to hold on. They're trying to, enforce their position that they've got in this northern angle of the zone. But of course we wait now to see where the next phase is going to be taking us. But things already starting to look a little bit tough between the players here from Zombies and GUNZ, as GUNZ are trying to find their way in that zone, just being brutal AF as it moves down into the south. All the teams up on these hills now need to find a way back down, and it is going to be super challenging. But of course the teams already down in the south now have the opportunity to fortify the angle, set it up beautifully in anticipation of the teams yet to rotate in towards that southern zone. But of course now YaLLa and Zombies, they need to make a play. As you can see, Ida now sending up util after util. Snipers trying to push forward as well, not wanting to rotate around, but of course those util bombardments finding their way on through in the direction of the Zombies. None of it really doing too much damage just yet. But of course the GUNZ, they are not going to back off just yet. They're sitting on 5 kills. They want more. They want that, cherry on the top. But here we go, pushing up onto the side of Zombies. Humam holding on. The utils getting sent in towards Saleh. Hamko and Humam now just hiding in the smoke. But a brutal push coming in here from Hamodi. Finds it. Oh, picks up 1, picks up 2. Oh, but gets caught in the molly as well now. Zombies break, still holding on. He's not out of it just yet. But he comes in with those third parties as we see the players there from Snipers getting obliterated by the side there of YaLLa. But
Wow.
Zombies break is just going absolutely ham on the side of this mountain.
I mean, Break, he was able to go on ahead and disengage from the rest of his team, getting a little bit of a different angle. The rest of his team, all three of them were kind of stuck in a bad position, so he was able to stand up and shoot them in the back. I mean, but it's not over for him. As we saw, YaLLa started getting involved in that fight as well, and here comes Snipers rotating on the north too. They heard the fighting over here, thinking that this is their entry point, but really it's just going to be Snipers taking a fight with a YaLLa now. And it'll be interesting to see if Break will be able to make a rotation away from the rest of these teams that are now fighting, just, you know, slowly sneak away quietly. And oh, Yamaz, a beautiful knock into one of the Snipers members as he was actually falling there.
I mean, that is some next level spray that we see coming in here from YaLLa. Absolutely phenomenal reactions here from Yamaz, but of course now still a few more players remain that they need now to try and turn their attention to, as we can see, oh, Zombies getting sent back as Break gets picked on up. But of course now we still have a few more up on the top there, as the Snipers are not out of it just yet, I believe. But of course now we see the players here from SUDOR turning their attention elsewhere, trying to see those shots. Oh, Snipers get picked up. SUDOR now trying to find their own foothold in the take him over towards the players there from RICO Infinity. But sorry, that was YaLLa. Well, in fact, everyone is just focusing their attention throughout the zone, and the east is looking especially challenging. But YaLLa still up on the mountain. We're looking to see where the next phase is going to take us, and it moves west. This is going to be such a tough one, but a very ideal shift in the hands there of iKURD if they're able to set up those in front of the compounds. Again, coming in with a very similar kind of beach play that we saw in the previous game from the players there from Real Tiger 9. It could be really something they could benefit off of, but of course now we wait to see exactly how this is going to unfold, how these teams are going to try and push on in. And oh, SUDOR just feeling those heads flying in towards them as we now sit on 6 teams remaining. So many casualties, so many hits, but of course so much more still to come.
Yeah, iKURD, they've been able to stay in that compound this entire time so far. The zone kept shifting towards them, so this is the first time where their compounds are not inside of zone. And of course, they'd have to wait at this point. They need YaLLa Esports to get down off of the mountain before they can really start making a move, because if they go a little bit too early, the people up on top could spot them out and take a lot of shots towards them, and it looks like they're already making the move. YaLLa Esports might be able to spot them out here. It's definitely not looking good for iKURD. They had such a strong position, but it looks like they're ready for it. Already taking a look up there at this point, probably be able to hold them out as well. RICO Infinity team helping out too, as they're actually trading some util towards the position of iKURD.
Oh man, it looks like that zone has actually now favors RICO Infinity, as iKURD rotated up a little bit too early, as you said there, of course, just putting themselves in quite the vulnerable angle. It is so exposed. If they just hung on to that zone a little while longer, it could have benefited them, but now look at the sprays coming on in. Oh, iKURD just feeding us hits, an absolutely phenomenal shooting up onto YaLLa, but of course not being able to pick that up just yet. RICO Infinity is still looking very strong as they move on in the sides, feeling the pressure. YaLLa now also starting to feel the pressure as they try to jump off of the hill. They get picked on up and off they go. Ida, oh, just falling off there alongside Bandar. A really unfortunate end for them, but now RICO Infinity pushing up onto the side of SUDOR, sending up those utils in true fashion, but of course, will they be able to close it up? Oh, there we go, Ragnar, here's the footsteps, ducks in and out of the smoke, trying to evade the shots and picks it up. Down goes the sights. A really easy few points there for RICO Infinity. Now, they need to try and turn their attention over to the side there of iKURD. As you can see, iKURD just sneaking on that western side of the zone. But of course, now they are not out of the woods just yet. Here we go, RICO Infinity pushing on in. HOTLINE also still on it, holding on. RICO Infinity sitting on 9 kills so far. An absolutely strong showing coming in from RICO. But will they be able to pick up more? Yes, they do. They go up to 10. And a few more kills just lying there, waiting for them to be picked up. iKURD down to only 1. HOTLINE also only sitting on 1, so 2 solos up against RICO Infinity. iKURD gets eliminated, and now it is up to Mana, and of course, no surprise, RICO picks it up and steals the chicken dinner. What a play, finishing off on 12 kills.
That was really nicely done, and honestly, that solo from HOTLINE, I was expecting him maybe to go on ahead and peek up at the end of that fight there and get involved, and maybe that would have swayed it a different way, but they were able to find him out really quickly at the end there anyway, so really nicely played coming out from RICO Infinity team. We're keeping an eye on them, and we'll be able to show you guys how the leaderboard has now moved after a short break.
Hello and welcome back. We just came back from an absolutely insane showing on Miramar. Absolutely phenomenal performances and a great finish, strong finish for the players from RICO Infinity. And of course, we've been waiting for that to happen right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Super Weekend. And this is, of course, the last day of the second Super Weekend. So it is a highly expected performance that we got there from RICO Infinity, and boy did they deliver on their performance.
Yeah, we were kind of waiting for it. You know, we had mentioned in the pre-show, like, they've only been averaging 2 points per game so far, and we know that in the first day of Super Weekend 1 Day 2, they were in second place overall. So now coming into the second Super Weekend, they had honestly a lot to prove because they ended up dropping all the way down to 15th place. So it looks like they're able to go on ahead and bring it back a little bit. Currently in 8th place around there, I believe. So it looks like they're potentially gaining their momentum back.
Yeah, so really hoping to see them finishing strong again, you know, like, because we've seen RICO Infinity play a good game before, you know, we've seen those matches come in, and of course I'm looking to see whether or not we'll have a continuation throughout the remainder of our games today, because next up we're heading in towards Sanhok, which of course lends itself a little bit more onto that aggression. But before we get into that, let's have a quick look at the match stats of the previous game. And of course, as you can see there, we've got the players from RICO Infinity finishing up on 27 points, coming in with a really strong 12 kill game in the previous one. HOTLINE sneaking into that second place on 13 points. YaLLa Esports finishing up in third place with 11 points, coming in with 5 kills. SUDOR finishing in fourth with also 11 kills, 7 kills to them. Now, of course, the players there from iKURD Esports finished up in fifth place on 10 points. SCYTES in sixth with 9 points. GUNZ in seventh with 8 points. And, of course, Zombies finishing in 8th place with 7 points. And then as we move into the second one, it is also once again looking pretty tough though. The Snipers finishing off in 9th on 5. The Fanatic Zombies in 10th on 5 points as well. RTG in 11th there on 4 points. The NASR team finishing up in 12th place with 1. Of course, the players from Fate finishing in 13th with 1. And then Real Tiger 9, Alpha Legends, and of course the players from GUNZ looking a little bit worse for wear. Or rather, sorry, not GUNZ, that was the players from Fate.
And taking a look at our total damage as well for that match, we can see that RICO Infinity team were able to get both the most damage and kills. 2488 damage going into 12 kills. And then the next team that got the most amount of kills were actually SUDOR and GUNZ with 7 kills each and obviously less damage. So they were able to go ahead and pick up a lot more kills compared to the other teams inside of that match. Taking a look at some highlights as well. I mean, from the start, there was a huge fight happening between Galaxy Racers and Zombies, and honestly, that's not where it ended. There's so many more fights around this edge because the zone kept shifting over to the northwestern side that a ton of crashes ended up being necessary. We can kind of see all of them happening through here. The zone very difficult to go ahead and find yourself into. It's kind of a gamble as well. Right when the zone pops around an area that has both high ground and low ground, you kind of have to choose. Okay, 50-50. Do I think that the high ground is worth it, or is the low ground worth it? Because the zone at the end could have shifted either way. So we ended up seeing YaLLa on the high ground having to just jump off and unfortunately dying to the jump off, while everybody else on the ground were able to continue playing the game. But it's just one tiny shift away, a little bit further to the northern side, that could have completely flipped those stations.
And of course, that positioning for YaLLa up on the top, as you can see through a lot of these replays, you know, YaLLa just sticking to that higher ground positioning, right? That really worked out well in their favor. It managed, you know, to move them up into that third place at the end of the map, bringing in those additional points. Yes, they didn't find the strongest placement, but the kills that they were able to pick up from that, really working out for them. But of course, now we look up into the players here from RICO Infinity that just played an absolutely phenomenal game, sealing the deal, finding those last shots in it towards Mana. And of course, now we look to our top players so far, that of course being Hidan coming in with 1,021 damage. We got NASR then of course there as well with one of the highest assists and longest survival time. We've got Khalid also from RICO Infinity also stepping on in with the assist as well. And then Break also right up there with a decently strong performance with regards to kills. But I mean, Hidan sitting on 6 kills already, so that it was a really strong performance coming in there from them. And of course, as we said, you know, we were waiting for the players from RICO Infinity to show once again what they've got, and they really delivered in this last match.
Yeah, I'm glad that they went on ahead and showed us. As we already stated, we want to watch all these teams going ahead and continue to succeed because we know it's inside of them. And it looks like for that one, RICO Infinity team, they're honestly able to make really nice rotations into the southern side of that zone. And then they did have to go on ahead and be aggressive, pushing up into those hills where it ended. So it's not like they went on ahead and sat in a compound, just waited for the zone to come to them. They were actively inside of that game. And let's take a look at the player sets as well. I mean, just 2488 damage, 799, 27 kills, 12. You know, they were able to play that game pretty well. Take a look at those stats, DK.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting on a total of 27 points. They picked up 12 in that last match, and of course, you know, being able to recover 799 health as well as causing quite a bit of damage. I mean, at 2488, as you pointed out there, it's a really, really strong stat for RICO. But now, of course, we're going to be waiting to see whether or not that is going to be the case as we move on through. All right, as we move in towards Sanhok. Because looking at just the performances we've had so far today, RICO Infinity coming in with a chicken dinner, Real Tiger 9 coming in with a chicken dinner, but then of course we got the players from SCYTES. They, in their overall performance, point-wise from what they've been able to acquire today, they're sitting in third place. SUDOR also looking pretty strong with regards to kills. They are right up there with RICO Infinity. Both teams, of course, sitting on 12 kills already so far for today. And then, of course, we got RTG and Real Tiger 9 both sitting on 10 kills apiece. But now, we just spoke about the players from SUDOR. So let's quickly jump into some stats comparisons between the players from SUDOR and, of course, YaLLa. As you can see, the damage distribution coming in between them. YaLLa sitting on 2200. We got SUDOR sitting on 1700. But, of course, SUDOR leading the pack there with a few more kills, picking up 7 in the previous one, where YaLLa only picked up 5. They got 8 knocks versus the 13 knocks from YaLLa. That higher ground positioning really working out in their favor. And, of course, the headshots also favoring YaLLa there, of course, on the 4. But the SUDORs, they were on the position where they also had to try and recover a lot more health. As you can see, they went over 1,000 health that they recovered in comparison to the 885 that YaLLa was able to bring in that last match. So definitely curious to see exactly how the teams are going to play in this next one. You know, YaLLa they were pretty strong with regards to the kills, finishing up in 5th place and also then bringing in those 5 kills. But as I've mentioned, we've seen a really strong performance so far coming in from RICO Infinity, the players from SUDOR, RTG, as well as Real Tiger 9. So I definitely think Sanhok is going to be a very, very interesting map to get onto.
I mean, we went on ahead and already talked about some teams that are usually stronger on Sanhok, but also Sanhok is in fact more of a team fighting game. So all the teams that we have been keeping an eye on in terms of that, I'm sure that they're going to go on ahead and potentially shine here as well. I mean, one of them definitely being Zombies, GUNZ also being able to pull it out, but even some of those other teams that were able to make it into those last few games from a lot of fighting could find themselves a nice spot inside. But let's take a look at our overall stats as well. Now that we've finished up 2 games so far, still in first place is Zombies Esports with a total of 332 total points. GUNZ Esports right behind them with 308. SUDOR Esports now launching themselves into 3rd. I mean, continue to hold that spot, jumping up from 4th to 3rd with a total of 223. Alpha Legends taking 4th now with 221. RTG Esports 5th. 214. FalconsEsport still holding on after that first super weekend performance in 6th place with 196. RICO Infinity team now 7th place, 195, and NASR Esports in 8th with a total of 188 total points so far.
I mean, GUNZ and Zombies, they've got a definite beast mode switch they've flicked. I mean, those 5 chickens and already in the 300 plus region. I mean, that is absolutely insane. And of course, we got a few teams sitting right there on their heels. But now, as we move into that second page, we can see the players there from SCYTES currently sitting in 75. We got the players from iKURD in 10th place on 166. HOTLINE in 11th on 157. YaLLa in 12th place on 149. Galaxy Racer still in 13th place on 137. Real Tiger 9 now in 14th place on 132. But of course, we got Raad then still sitting in 15th place on 104. And Flare Loyal holding on to 16th with 89 points.
And soon we're going to go on ahead see our last 4 teams. In 17th place is Fate Esports with a total of 69, then GSG with 53, Snipers 51, and the Fanatic Zombies in 20th place with 49. I mean, 3 of these teams were the ones that this is their first super weekend, so they still have a few more points to go, hopefully pulling into that top 16 spot. But also, I mean, we know that Zombies and GUNZ are both leading in terms of chicken dinners with 5 each, but also then in 3rd place actually is RICO Infinity team. They have the next most now with 3 chickens under their belt.
Yeah, and I mean, that is where, if you've got a really strong performance coming in, that is where you start getting into those additional points. I mean, because already so far, RICO Infinity has been able to acquire 27 points. Right, so that puts them 2 points ahead of the players there from Real Tiger just in the spread for today. So definitely that is no surprise to see them being able to move on up, move into a much stronger position. But of course now we're going to be waiting to see exactly how these things are going to translate as we progress through the games here today, because we are still to get into that third game to see what Sanhok will deliver. And I'm definitely just looking at the general stats that we've got so far. I'm again expecting a strong play to come in from RICO. I'm expecting a strong play to come in from SUDOR, RTG, and even Real Tiger 9.
I'm expecting the same thing. I'm excited to see what happens on Sanhok. I mean, we know that's a lot of more close quarters fighting. It's really where, I mean, you have to go on ahead and continue to have a lot of big macro gameplay coming in. You have to know exactly where to make those rotations on Sanhok, especially because everybody could be directly beside each other. And because of that, you also have to have really strong gunplay, team fighting, chain fighting, all of the above, and it's going to be a really exciting game. I love being able to watch just the basics really come down on Sanhok, because the other maps, obviously, a little bit more emphasis on the macro play. Sanhok, a little bit more on the micro.
But one thing that is pretty peculiar for me today is that Galaxy Racers are having a little bit more of a challenging day. I mean, yesterday they went absolutely ham, you know, absolutely ham. But now today, they're not really performing as strong as they were yesterday. So I'm hoping to see that bounce back come in. But of course, let's jump into Sanhok to see exactly what these teams are going to be doing and where that flight path is going to be taking us. But as we know, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And again, that is exactly what we're going to be looking at how high up these players can dial that gamer mode. And of course, where the action is going to be coming from first.
A really nice plane path coming in through here. I mean, you've already mentioned it the last few times we were able to watch Sanhok. I mean, everybody should be able to go on ahead and make a nice spread to their usual drop locations because this map is so much smaller, but it really comes down to where that first phase is going to go and how happy you're going to be. As you can see, the phase is going to go on ahead and reveal itself down to the southwestern side, centering around ruins in this situation. Everybody that went ahead and dropped on the mainland are going to have a little bit of a difficult time crossing those bridges into the two smaller islands.
But I mean, we don't even have to worry about smaller islands. Look over to boot camp. We got two teams in boot camp. We don't see that very often, so things are going to go absolutely spicy right out of the gate. As you can see, YaLLa and the players from Galaxy Racer kicking the match off for us. Those hits already starting to fly up, as you can see. Ida already taking a little bit of damage, but up comes the players now from Galaxy Racers. We see Oasis and Ultron right there in the main building, trying to apply a little bit of pressure onto the side of YaLLa, but YaLLa now managing to spread themselves out from the center of bootcamp and a little bit further down towards the south there. But Galaxy Racer holding up in the north and the east, so nice 2-2 split coming in. But do you think that is going to give them the upper hand on the team from YaLLa, as we see YaLLa being fairly grouped close together?
In a hot drop, I would say you want to be grouped together. I mean, it's really, if you don't know where the other teams are, you have to be together to start getting those trades. So I'm a little bit actually scared for the member on the bottom floor because everybody else is further upstairs. There you go. It looks like one of his team members is going to be beside him. And now if they travel together, they should hopefully be able to go on ahead and find out where the rest of Galaxy Racer are. But as you can even see on the northern side, Galaxy Racer are starting to condense as well. So they're patiently waiting for some more support. So it looks like this is going to be a full-out 4v4. No easy 4v1s just yet coming into any of these guys because they're so patient on that initial push.
I'm going to be rooting for Galaxy Racer. They are huddled closer together, and just because they're up in the north and their color is red, so let's go with that. But of course now YaLLa a little bit more spread out down in towards the south. So now we wait to see just exactly what fate will have in store for YaLLa. Will Galaxy Racer be able to find the hits in towards them, or will YaLLa be able to find the shots in towards Galaxy Racer? You can see, of course, right at the top of the screen there, Galaxy Racer currently sitting in 13th place on 137 points. So a fairly decent position to be in, but of course now will they be able to sneak in a few more of those points as they now wait for this engagement between YaLLa? They're trying to find those angles just to figure out exactly where YaLLa is and how to best strike on to those movements coming in. But of course, powerful, just holding up on the top of the roof, just moving back and forth, also just trying to find a little bit more of positional information. But YaLLa, or rather just one position ahead of the players here from Galaxy Racer. This is essentially a neck-and-neck fight for both these teams.
Yeah, both of them are able to get really close to each other. It looks like Yamaz is actually going to go ahead and pull off into that 3-story in the distance. Maybe from there you might be able to see a little bit more of an overview onto the other team, but right now it just looks like they're just not going to be super aggressive. So pushing on over to watch some of these other teams. I mean, Zombies now making a move. They're coming out of Painan. They're already on the correct island that all these teams want to be on, already making that first initial move. So hopefully they'll be able to find themselves a good spot to be playing out of initially. Because as we know, all the players want to go on ahead and find their way over there. So Zombies already grabbing that position could get them a good spot for them to just hold defensively. But it does look like Galaxy Racer now finally on the move. YaLLa Esports kind of holding their staircase as of right now. Who's going to get the first knock?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, Galaxy Racer picks up the knock there. As you can see, Bandar getting down. But of course, now who gets thirsted as well? Yamas and the rest of the crew from YaLLa now trying to push on up. But Max, whoa, coming out of nowhere, wrapping it up and sending YaLLa packing. Beautiful play coming in there from Galaxy Racer. Wow.
You know, Galaxy Racer, they all pushed together, and meanwhile, the other team, YaLLa, was a little bit spread out, so definitely a little bit of a death ball situation there, helping out and being able to catch a little bit of a 2v3 situation at the beginning, and then it was just a clear at that point. So definitely really well done by Galaxy Racer. That was some really nice patience coming through, and they were inside zone already. I mean, a little bit far on the outskirts, but now that that went on ahead and was cleaned up, they can start focusing on finishing their looting and moving, and hopefully they do so before Alpha Legends catches up to them, but I think Alpha Legends might get there first.
Well, we're going to be finding out very, very soon as the players here from Alpha Legends, of course, now just take up that position. But meanwhile, we see the players here from RICO Infinity Prestige trying to dodge bullets on the shipyard here. As you can see, the snipers now starting to move in, finding that bit of aggression. Ragnar now trying to move up as well. Zahid and Marco coming in from that eastern side. But we, of course, now see Klabj coming in from the west, just regrouping back into the rest of the team here. But it's going to be an interesting exchange between the snipers and RICO Infinity. As we've seen RICO Infinity being really strong so far today, so they might be able to get the upper hand on towards the snipers there. As you can see, that shot now finding its way up in towards Marco. So Zaid now also just huddled up in between those crates. Oh, as both these teams are now trying to find a decent angle to fight from, but of course it is so spread out. Oh, nice spray coming in from Ragnar. Drop shot gets the head in on Zaid. Well done, well played. But now Klabj comes in as well, pushing up on towards NASR, picks up the hit. Well done, there we go. But of course a nice spray coming in from Khalid. This is quite the exchange, quite the back and forth between RICO Infinity and the players from the snipers.
And based off of the positioning of the snipers, it seems like they knew that RICO Infinity went on ahead, dropped in docks, and they put themselves in a position to potentially be holding them out. I mean, Kalabish up on top of the hill trying to shoot down on them. The rest of his team tried to go for a little bit more of an aggressive push. And as you can see, not entirely working out, but now Ragnar, grabbing his own scooter, is trying to wrap around behind Sniper. So it looks like Sniper's idea is so far not entirely working out, but we'll end up seeing it is pretty close as you went on ahead and mentioned a 2v2 situation, so we'll see who comes out on top shortly.
Well, at the moment, the snipers are sitting at the top. You know, not at the top, but they're at the top of this mountain, definitely. As you can see, Clabs sending those utils down over towards Khalid, trying to find those hits, but of course, picking up a little bit of those hit markers. But snipers, they do have the man advantage against RICO Infinity, but it's definitely going to be quite the challenge here for Ragnar and Khalid to find a decent rotation and get that jump. But Ragnar, he's lying in wait, waiting for Clabs to open himself up so he can just find those shots into the side there and just start evening out those numbers. But now Khalid trying to move on up, also just looking. He's pretty sure that there's someone nearby. Doesn't know exactly where just yet. But of course, Marco calls Polo and puts the shot straight up into the side there. Now it is a 1v3 to the side of the RICO Infinity players.
Yeah, they were finally able to go on ahead and get a really good game last time, but this push from snipers, honestly, is huge for them, because as we already know, I mean, RICO Infinity team, they ended up dropping a little bit down the leaderboard, and meanwhile, the snipers, they need to get points, so making this aggressive push, capitalizing off of who they knew were stuck down on a little bit of a peninsula is huge for them. And so far with 3 people still up in an early fight, that's worth it. I mean, if they get down to 2 people, maybe it's questionable, because 2 people obviously play this game a lot differently than a whole 3-man or 4-man, and unfortunately it looks like that might happen to them as Ragnar finds another knock onto one of the members. The other 2 snipers are still inside the compound. They need to start pushing soon if they're hoping to save their teammate.
I mean, Ragnar just playing this one absolutely phenomenally, just managing to sneak his way around and be a thorn in the side of the snipers. But of course now he needs to focus on getting into that zone. He can't hang around here forever, as the damage of course incrementally gets higher and higher. But fortunately there is a buggy for Ragnar to make his grand escape in. So of course now we wait to see whether or not he's going to choose to disengage or potentially just hang on. We do have the smokes coming out, so Ragnar, yes, in fact, grabbing the buggy there, starts to move, but doesn't commit to the rotation just yet. He spotted one of the players there from snipers, Amir, now moving up. But let's see whether or not Ragnar will be able to pick that one up. Marco, of course, still over in it towards the dock. So definitely hoping to see Ragnar deciding to rather rotate out instead of trying to hang around. Of course, sending up those utils just to warn them off. But here we go. All right, he now commits to a potential rotation, but it is quite a bit of distance to cover to make it up into that zone successfully.
Yeah, so honestly, him being a solo, grabbing that vehicle and making out of there is going to be better for his team in the long run. And meanwhile, we were watching this earlier, Alpha encroaching up onto the position of Galaxy Racer, excuse me, and it looks like they're able to actually go and start the fight. Right now, Galaxy Racer are just 2 members left, and we can see Oasis, trying to get the first knock, but he's able to go on ahead and catch him out instead. So Alpha Legend so far successing on this fight.
Oh my goodness. Alpha just causing absolute chaos onto the side there of Galaxy Racer, sending them packing. But a beautiful play again now coming in there from Alpha. Really nice show of dominance as they just continue to push and push and push onto the side there of Galaxy. And of course, you know, eventually then picking up all those kills and sending the whole squad back. But now we jump over towards the players here from Zombies. Things looking a little bit quiet. They are fairly spread out, but of course now they are just patiently waiting to see where the remaining teams are going to try and rotate up into. But of course now, speaking about rotations, we got the players here from RTG making their way on in, as well as they now start approaching up from the north, coming in from that northwestern island. And of course this trifecta region could still be fairly, well, chaotic at times.
Oh, it definitely can. I mean, this position that Fate went on ahead and chose, I feel like it's specifically to hold out anybody coming from the northern side. Anybody that landed over to the east, making a rotation on the north, I mean, Fate is hoping to capitalize off of. So RTG is actually, unfortunately, that team already grabbing a vehicle. I wonder if they're just going to try driving across the bridge. And if Fate moves fast enough, they might be able to catch them out in this situation. And we can see even Reefy's up on top of the hill to watch it as well. So RTG, I mean, they need to be a bit careful coming further inside of the zone. Right now, it seems like maybe they're being a bit patient because the zone, once again, about to pop. They could go ahead and choose their rotation path based off of this new zone shortly.
And again, this is one of those positions where positioning is going to be absolutely crucial, absolutely key. And of course, that zone moving in once again, just shrinking in on itself. So it's going to force the hand of the teams that we have on the outlying regions. But I mean, the players like the Zombies, for instance, or NASR, or even RICO Infinity, Ragnar that we've got there, they are in a fairly decent positioning. And if they play those angles well, they can stay here for such a long time.
And even these other teams that are very much on the very edge of this zone, they're hoping to find a place to be able to backfill. But at this point, we already touched on it, Sanhok is so small, it might be difficult for them to be able to find an actual safe location. The majority of this zone is out in the open, on just rocks and hills. And while there is a lot of cover, it's kind of hard to spot each other out on this map. It's also out in the open at the same time. It's going to be easy to spy each other out and potentially have people sneaking up onto you. So,
but of course, this is Sanhok. We're expecting sneak. We're expecting the players to go into that COVID mode, you know, just trying to find their way on in. And of course, Fate, does exactly that, as we see. We get into the side there. Senke picks up the kill. Well done. But of course, there's 3 more to go. We've got Lazy, we've got Marshall, and El Chapo remaining for the side there of RTG. They've got a bit of work left to do.
They gotta go on ahead and finish up this fight with Fate, but it also looks like Alpha Legends coming in from the eastern side might distract Fate from entirely taking out RTG. It does look like Alpha Legends is trying to make a rotation down to the southern side, but Fate potentially are just like, uh-oh, we can't fully start this fight because there's the potential we get back pushed, and that is a dangerous thing to have happen. There we go. You can see Lath actually peeking on over and spotting some of the members of Alpha Legends, but they're focused on leaving.
Ooh, but sometimes that's not a bad call to make. I mean, sometimes you got to make that decision as to whether or not you should stay or whether you should go. And you can't really blame them for making that call. But now, I mean, look at El Chapo just welcoming the players there from Fade back into the zone as they try to find their way on in. But I mean, El Chapo seems so eager for this fight. He's pushing up so aggressively. But of course, fortunately, Reef manages to move out. El Chapo finding those heads though. And this is where we wait to see, the rest of the Fate team just using that opening being created by Reef to try and sneak up into zone. And of course now positioning themselves in the zone and having RTG now try to move up to them. That was a very clever rotation.
Yeah, I think maybe they would have been a little bit further out here already before Reef unfortunately got taken down if it wasn't for Alpha Legends distracting them a little bit. So that means they did in fact lose at least one person. But there we go, getting another knock on a Chapo. That means there's only 2 of them left. And at this point, they just have to be careful. I mean, they don't exactly know where Marshall is potentially. It does look like Marshall is prepping a nade. Lath trying to throw one back, or at least standing on that rock for now. But he heard the nade come through. He has a general idea, but Marshall, he might just be able to make a rotation off to the western side and completely get away from this fight.
Oh, man, but I'm just loving the way that Fate was able to turn the tables there. Just an absolutely phenomenal shift. But now, of course, as you mentioned, Alpha right here behind them. We were waiting to see exactly what RTG is going to be doing. But Alpha, they also look pretty eager to cause a little bit of chaos here. I mean, coming in with a 3-man split right up ahead, having their 4th positioned up in towards zone. As you can see, SUDOR now just holding up that anchor point. But a nice gatekeep coming in here from Alpha. I'm hoping that it works out according to plan. But of course, we do have Fate here. We do have RTG. So things could still swing either which way. So it's going to be a pretty challenging one nonetheless. As we got RTG sitting on 3 players. Fate sitting on players. And Alpha sitting on 3.
It's a little bit of a waiting game. I mean, oh man. Fate Esports are completely aware that they're being held out by Alpha Legend at this point, hoping to potentially get a rotation around on top of them, but RTG Esports also making a rotation around. Potentially could spot one out, but instead it's going to be Alpha Legends, yeah, getting the first knock onto Fate. Ragnarok finding himself knocked.
Oh, nice positioning there from Jody. But of course, now we wait to see what Iwazi and the rest of the team from Fate are going to be doing. They've run out of time as the blue zone, of course, catches up with them. It's pushing forward, but Alpha, look at Chaos. I mean, he's so excited. He's just waiting for them. He's like, come on, please, 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 come on, come on, come on, come on. I want to shoot, I want to shoot. You know, he's like just impatiently waiting. Also, at the same time, not disclosing his position just yet. But of course, now, oh, he decides to strike. As you can see him just quickly stepping out, finding a few shots up in towards Fate. Fortunately for Fate, he was hiding behind that rock. But the blue zone doesn't wait for anyone. It continues to push forward. And Alpha really playing this gatekeep really well.
I agree. I mean, they saw the positioning, they saw the opening, and they went on ahead and took it. And all three of them are still alive, and it looks like they have a vehicle as well in case the zone is going to go ahead and go a little bit further away from them. But luckily, zone shifted in their direction, so they don't have too far to go while they could potentially continue to pick up these points.
You know what I mean? Now, looking down towards the south as well, we see the snipers here. We see the players from GUNZ as well as the team from HOTLINEs. Now, HOTLINE trying to rotate up in towards the zone. As you can see, regardless of where they go, it is going to be a very challenging rotation nonetheless. But, of course, now HOTLINEs also facing a little bit of a challenge as they got the players there from NASR, but they're trying to squeeze in between NASR and GUNZ. This could be a very, very uncomfortable sandwich they could find themselves in. But, of course, NASR, they are aware of the rotations coming in that blue zone. Now we wait to see just whether or not they'll be able to strike them down, find those heads. Moto and Umar now just sneaking their way on up as we see Mumbai out in the blue zone, patiently waiting for that lobby to creep on in. And of course the lobby comes running up with open hands. Mumbai goes down, Moto getting knocked as well. Nabo though getting knocked in turn. Miracle now also coming up, trying to see if they can find those heads. But Omar, the last hopeful now for the HOTLINE team.
Looks like he's just prone on now and hopefully waiting. Maybe NASR Esports will get into another fight and make them distracted enough for him to sneak on in. But as of right now, the side of this hill is very much out in the open. We can see blue zone is closing very fast as well. And I mean, maybe Omar will be able to heal this off for a little bit and NASR Esports will forget. Or, as you can see, set their sights onto a different team like GUNZ. But it's just a little bit more of a waiting game at this position. And oh, and some nice shots coming in, actually. It was RT9 that went on ahead and got that knock, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan just that trigger control, waiting for that opportune moment to strike. Oh, just chose the perfect opportunity there, finding that knock up in towards Lord. But of course now Freak just huddling up, trying to make a play from that angle. But Omar keeping a very watchful eye on them. As you can see, NASR also, I mean, Nabo now knows. Oh, wow! Jody running right into the face of that grenade.
Oh, no.
What a throw that was. Insane.
Ooh, and it looks like that res is not going to happen either. It looks like, oh my goodness. At this point, RICO Infinity Team and Alpha Legends looks like they also got in a huge fight. There's only one of each left, slowly crawling towards each other. Who's going to spot each other out first kind of is the question. Is they're not too far away. Ragnar also, I think he might be able to hear a little bit of some crawling around in the next zone, actually shifting. They're pretty close to it, but everywhere else, the fighting is still popping off, actively shooting at each other. But this, it's a little bit suspenseful happening here. Who's going to see each other first?
It's not a little bit suspenseful. It is heavy on the suspense. As you can see, the players here from RICO Infinity finding those shots up in towards NASR. But of course, they also now still need to try and squeeze back up in towards the zone as they're running up from that southwest. The players here from GUNZ, of course, now getting caught on the wrong side of that zone as so many shots are flying up straight towards them. RTG getting eliminated in the meanwhile. But now, the players here from GUNZ, Lord, as you can see, taking aim up onto the hill. We've got iKURD also just hanging about, and this southern section of the zone is going to be absolutely brutal. We've got so many players still trying to push on up in towards the zone, but GUNZ steps on in. iKURD helm end, laying down the fire, and of course with that sending the players from GUNZ right back into the lobby. Absolutely beautiful play there from iKURD, and of course S-Rod just sealing the deal. But another shot now finding its way on over as NASR gets eliminated as well. Omar trying to get ahead of the blue, but the damage is just too much. Down he goes. 3 teams left to fight it out now.
Yeah, this zone shift, this hard zone shift ended up hurting a lot of these teams in this situation. Now with 3 up, we can see 3 up for iKURD, 2 up for SUDOR, and just a solo up for RICO Infinity team. At this point, it looks like they're all kind of set up. 2 of the teams kind of crawling on in to get this next zone. It's iKURD that has to make the biggest move. And where they rotate to, they could rotate towards the duo of SUDOR, which is obviously going to be really hurtful for them if they find themselves in that situation, or even the solo has a lot of power in this situation. Ragnar, he's holding this part of the zone, and there we go, already being active, taking shots at each other. This is not looking good for iKURD, both these teams taking shots towards them.
Oh man, but no surprise to see SUDOR and RICO Infinity in this late phase of the game. But of course now iKURD just up ahead, feeling that pressure as the hurt keeps on coming. Kalaga now succumbing to the zone, but here we go. Hidan tries to pick off a quick shot over towards Ragnar. He's probably spotted a little bit of movement behind that tree. As you can see, S-Rod also now just trying to hold on up. Kalaga getting picked on up, back into the lobby. You go, good sir. But now, Hidan cooking up that nade, getting ready to send it right into the hands of Ragnar. Off it goes. Will it be the one? Oh, he doesn't even look at the damage. The confidence coming in from Hidan. But now, SUDOR, they are looking to clean up the zone, sending out those nades over towards S-Rod. As you can see, he's now just huddling up there. S-Rod trying to stay ahead of the damage, but of course, they are just outside the zone. No one wants to venture in just yet, but SUDOR, oh, trying to move on up. They're trying to lure him out. S-Rod now making quick run for it. Head on, keeping a watchful eye. Oh, down they go. What a play that was. Absolutely phenomenal performance from SUDOR once again.
I do not disagree. That was a nice hold coming into that zone and a perfectly placed nade. We'll be able to see all of the match's points after a very short break. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back. Oh, span this second super weekend, day 3. I mean, it is just absolutely insane. We saw the first map looking absolutely crazy with that Dory finish, that Atlantis match we had. Of course, that going over towards Real Tiger 9. The second one we moved in, we saw the players, of course, from RICO Infinity picking up Miramar. But now, in the third game on Sanhok. Oh, man, what a play. What a confident performance we saw coming in from SUDOR in this last match. Just beautiful.
That was really nicely played. I mean, unfortunately, honestly, for iKURD, they had 3 up there, and they were trying to push into zone, but they were on the fast-moving side of zone, and they already had 3 people inside that were just watching them as they made their rotate. So they obviously got picked off until last one member left, able to stay alive and grab that second-place position for themselves. And I mean, you even called it SUDOR. They were able to spot them out, took 2 of them down, spotted out the solo as well. Really, the wild card in that situation was the solo, but they were able to just toss a single nade and take them out. So they were able to succeed on that northern side, where as we were watching, there's a lot of people up there. So that was really nicely played, being able to get that position, keep 2 up, and then hold their spot inside of the zone.
But I mean, I gotta say, I just loved the confidence in which, you know, that nade was thrown into the side of RICO Infinity. That was just magnificent fashion. Just a throw, don't even look. I know it's gonna do the job, and poof, you know, that confidence, that was insane. But now let's have a look quick at the stats from the last match. And of course, here we are, the players from SUDOR coming in up in pole position, 22 points, picking up 7 kills. We got iKURD finishing in second place with 18 total, 6 kills picked up. RICO Infinity finishing in third place on 15 points with 5 kills. Alpha Legends, though, also looking really strong. Fourth place, 13 points in total, 7 kills. Then, of course, we got a HOTLINE in 5th on 9. We got NASR in 6th on 9. We got the Real Tiger in 7th, also on 9. And the Zombies over in 8th on 5 points. But Real Tiger finding those 7 kills, that is what really helped them to secure that angle.
Meanwhile, GUNZ Esports now in 9th place from that game, 4 total points. It looks like they also have a big tie. Snipers also with 4, Fate with 4, and Galaxy Racer coming in 12th with 4 total points, all from kill points there. RTG Esports now in 13th place with 2 points. Fanatic Zombies grabbed 14th with 1, and then SCYTES and YaLLa Esports grabbing our 15th and 16th position. I mean, as we know, YaLLa Esports, they ended up being taken down by Galaxy Racer, and then Alpha Legends pushed in on the Galaxy Racer and took them out too. So that was actually a lot of really early fighting happening inside of boot camp. And taking a look at our highlights, I'm sure that's the first thing we're gonna see. Ooh. That was some really nice push coming through from Galaxy Racer into this position. They were able to just death ball all of YaLLa in that situation. And then even Alpha Legends coming in for the third party a little bit late, but completely unaware. But Galaxy Racer, especially with that pause, did not expect it to happen. As you can see, some really nicely placed nades as well. And then they just had to push into zone, where, as we can see, a lot more other teams ended up running into each other and getting into fights too.
I mean, the utilization of the nades, I just gotta say again, beautiful, but Lord, stopping Amir right on the bike, that was an absolutely insane play. But of course, Hassan with that beautiful spray up into the side there of GUNZ, just picking up 1 knock, picking up another confirm. Oh, not even missing a single breath in that one. But now this is where things started to get a little bit hot, a little bit heated, as the teams were all congested down over in towards the southwestern section, trying to make that dash up in towards zone. But of course now, oh man, these plays, the final showdown, SUDOR and of course iKURD, as well as the players coming in there from RICO Infinity. There's that nade. Oh, look at that, Ragnar getting blown up and hit on, just doing so in absolutely beautiful fashion. That was a really, really confident showing there from RICO Infinity. But I have to say, I'm really impressed with the showing that we're having today from RICO Infinity, SUDOR, as well as Real Tiger 9. That is absolutely beautiful gameplay. It's almost textbook play that we see coming in from these teams here today.
Basically, yeah, I agree. I mean, at this point, they realize, oh, we need to go ahead and start doing well. Let's go ahead and make this really nice, easy push. Oh, they're fighting over there. Let's go over there, grab this nice position up on top of the hill. I mean, putting themselves in some really good positions, getting in some really nice fights, grabbing those points, and that's exactly what they need to be doing. Those are the few teams that, we kept saying, like, at this point, people all the way at the top, they don't even need more points. They need to have everybody else go ahead and start stepping up. And let's go ahead and take a look at a little bit of a versus between iKURD Esports and RICO Infinity team. It looks like iKURD Esports has the majority, the higher stats in this situation, right, DK?
Yeah, well, RICO Infinity, close to the damage being done there by iKURD. iKURD sitting on 1100, RICO sitting on 900, but then we go into the health recovered, of course. Also, RICO Infinity recovering less health, but iKURD picking up more kills. RICO Infinity picking up more knocks, but of course iKURD just outlasting them there on the survival time. So it's definitely interesting to see where they finished up in that one. Of course, as we know, RICO Infinity iKURD got that second place, and of course did so in beautiful fashion, picking up 6 kills. So some really strong performances that we had across the board. But also, if we look at the standings just for today in the 3 games that we've already seen, right? We see the players from RICO Infinity sitting right at the top, right there head to head with the players from SUDOR. But of course, followed closely behind them is Real Tiger 9 and iKURD. So again, no surprise, those 4 teams alternating between the performances and finishing up in those late circles. So really, really strong plays coming in from all 4 of those teams there. So I'm quite excited to see what is going to be happening when we move up in towards Miramar. Will we see one of those 4 teams, RICO Infinity, SUDOR, Real Tiger 9 or iKURD, stepping up and giving us an absolutely boss level play once again?
Potentially, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, it seems like our first few games also had really difficult zone placement. I mean, obviously, we already went on ahead and pointed out the water one. Even the first one on Miramar was put in a really awkward situation on the side of a mountain. And then that Sanhok one was that one was fine. But now we're going back into Miramar and Erangel. The first few zones happening on it for today were a little bit crazy. So maybe these next few will be a bit normal. But at this point, we've seen some different teams be able to go ahead and succeed on those crazy zones. Maybe that's the little key, maybe all those crazy zones is really creating kind of like an unknown on what's happening. Maybe that's where they shine with that little bit more pressure.
It could be, but I mean, on the one side, I'm really pleased with that first initial insane zone that we had on Erangel. And of course, a fairly aggressive shift on Miramar. I think it kind of got the teams ready and prepped and excited. Like if there was any doubts they had coming into today, I'm pretty sure most of those were already alleviated. Now as we get ready to move in to our final 2 matches, of course, as you mentioned, back into Miramar and Erangel once again, I'm expecting to see these teams now step it up even more because, I mean, we were just watching Sanhok. That was an absolutely insane match. Once again, quite aggressive. A lot of beautiful plays coming in. So I'm expecting that to roll over on towards Miramar. I'm expecting the teams to continue with that momentum and just keep on building that snowball as big as they can. And who knows? I mean, we might even see a humongous change or, just a, disruption coming in on that overall leaderboard.
And let's go ahead and take a look. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that overall leaderboard after our first 3 games of today. I mean, Zombies Esports still holding on to first, still being able to pick up a lot of kills with 337. GUNZ Esports actually closing the gap a little bit, I believe, with 312. SUDOR Esports in the third with 245, not too far behind Alpha Legends with some nice holds in that last game, 234. RTG Esports as well, 5th now, 216. RICO Infinity team and NASR Esports actually jumping over Falcon Esports as well now in 6th and 7th with 210 and 197 respectively. Falcon Esports still holding on to the top 8 as well.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to get pretty tough on that first page. But now looking at the second page, we see the players from iKURD up in 9th place on 184. The SCYTES in 10th on 175. We've got a HOTLINE in 11th on 166. YaLLa in 12th there on 149. We've got Galaxy Racers still in 13th on 141. Real Tiger 9 coming in as well in 14th now on 141 points. Raad and Flair Loyal still holding on to their 15th and 16th places, of course, on 104 and 89 points. And then the last page.
Esports in 17th with 73, Snipers with 55, GSG still finding themselves in 19th place, and then of course our 20th place team is Fanatic Zombies. I mean, they're slowly getting closer to that little break off. At this point, I think Esports, they're around a little less than 20 points behind, getting inside of that 16th place. And as we already know, Flair Loyal team isn't inside of it, so they could potentially jump them within these next 2 games. Let's go ahead and take a look at another graphic, though. And that is currently the chickens that all these teams have so far gained throughout the games of Super Weekend.
And of course, GUNZ and Zombies still sitting quite comfortable up at the top there, but now we see that nice increase coming in from the players from RICO Infinity. That the chicken dinners, as we know, those are absolutely essential. And of course, you know, RICO Infinity sitting on 3 chickens so far. I mean, yeah, they're still making their way up that leaderboard, but they're really coming in so strong in today's matches. So definitely going to be looking forward to seeing how they will be performing on that Miramar map for the second time around here today, whether or not they will come in with yet another chicken dinner, because they finished off so strongly, so aggressively on the first Miramar showing. So I mean, what's going to stop them from pulling a second one of those, you know? So yeah, I'm quite excited to get into Miramar to see exactly what these teams are going to be doing.
I'm excited as well. I mean, there's always such interesting terrain play happening on Miramar. That's definitely the highlight of Miramar. And I mean, even in terms of what we watched our last Miramar game and somebody lost their vehicle immediately because of some ridges. I mean, you can't always expect what's going to go on ahead and happen to you, especially even the end zone as well, half up on top of the mountain, half right below. So going into this next Miramar game, you really don't know what to expect. It really is down to the players and their IGL to be playing out of any tough situation. And honestly, I think this next one might be the one I'm looking forward to the most because of that. I mean, Miramar definitely makes a lot of teams think, in my opinion, compared to the other maps.
But what I'm really liking is just the way the teams are performing. And I mean Miramar is the one up next, so we're definitely going to be keeping a very watchful eye on them. But for me, what's so interesting to notice as well is just how the leaderboard and the standings continuously keep on changing. We're not seeing any one particular team coming in and absolutely dominating the leaderboard. You know, there's so much competition, a constant back and forth between the teams. The one day one team is performing exceptionally well, the next day another team comes in and just wipes them off of the map early on in the game. You know, so, but of course, let's jump into Miramar to see what that flight path is going to be doing and exactly who is going to be swiping who off of what, as we now come on in from this western side of the zone, making our way over in towards, well, potentially the east. Yes, indeed, it is. Well, the southeastern corner there. Really interesting flight path.
It's so far down inside of this corner that honestly everybody is going to be jumping really close to each other. Once again, I mean, I kind of cursed it the first time with the zone going super far to the side for a first match. It could potentially happen again in this one now that I've actually pointed it out. But, you know, it just creates, once again, some interesting decisions coming out of the teams. If this goes on ahead and pulls towards them around Monty once again, I mean, hopefully all these teams are a little bit warmed up to that area. Not too many of them are going to have to make a move, but even if a hard shift's away, that could give everybody a chance to make it equally inside the zone, even though it will be some sort of a mad dash. But definitely not my favorite playing path, but of course that is what we were given, so we're about to see the phase also pop shortly.
Yeah, and it's a nice little bit of a change up from what we had in our first Miramar visit. So definitely looking to see how the teams are going to cope with that. And of course, up comes the zone, popping straight in towards the southeastern side there. Potentially even, well, it's almost east, but it's not quite southeast. So let's call it an east-southeast as it moves on in. And of course, already we have a knock on the map.
Wow. Map and out, it seems like. Looks like some people are fighting for a vehicle, and that is going to be the demise of Chaos from Alpha Legends. Looks like GUNZ went on ahead, won the vehicle, dropped, and just ran him over.
I mean, why would you need to use ammo if you've got a vehicle? I mean, you know, save the ammo for those crazy fights a little bit later on in the game. You know, might as well just use the vehicle, put it to some good use before starting to explore a little bit further onwards. But now, of course, this is where we wait to see what the teams are going to be doing. Everyone is in their looting phase, going about trying to find a secure position to set themselves up beautifully for the coming few zones, or also potentially even for those rotations into this phase. But look, west, especially over towards that southwestern side, it is looking pretty congested.
Yeah, that's where the plane path, you know, made everybody go. So it's really up to them to be able to grab vehicles and make some rotations away from each other to be able to loot peacefully, and then eventually make it inside the zone. Since the zone actually is so far off to the eastern side, nobody really should be inside of it at this point. So if people decide to leave early, they could actually go and grab center zone for themselves. Nobody at this point has a huge prio into the zone. It just is up to these teams to make a drive on over there. And one of those teams actually is Real Tiger 9. They decided to drive all the way over here into Puerto, and it looks like Eagle is doing a little bit of parkour on a truck there while everybody else is still currently looting on up.
So, I mean, it's always interesting to watch the teams as they go about their business up in the early game, just going around, grabbing whatever they need. Sometimes we see some interesting vehicles getting stuck in some strange places, but of course, now we see the players here from SCYTES going about their business over in towards Valdelmar. So, it's quite a long rotation for them back up in towards zone. As you can see already, they're 1.6 kilometers away. So, to a certain extent, I'm hoping they get a little bit of an earlier rotation in, instead of waiting all the way until that blue zone actually catches up with them. But also then taking into account, we have a few other teams that could have a very similar kind of approach, already moving up, trying to secure their angle in the zone before that blue zone actually starts closing in.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's really up to these teams. I mean, there's really two sides of the coin, right? You could go on ahead and stay outside where the plane path took you, finish looting on up, get really good loot, and end up rotating in kind of late, potentially be able to third-party things while you have full armor, full util the guns you exactly want, and fight your way onto the edge. Or, on the other side, since this zone went so far away from the plane path, you could just decide to go on ahead and rotate in immediately and get your loot in from something that you grab over there. But oh my goodness, I love this replay. Oh no, it looks like, yep, Chaos ended up losing that car spot, and he tried yoinking that vehicle, but unfortunately it was punched out. That is amazing.
Yeah, Freak was a freak with that punch. That was such a beautiful, beautifully timed shot right then and there. Insane stuff, but of course now we wait to see what other insanities we'll be having in this match as the players still make their rotations, make their way around, and of course try to find a decent position in the coming phase.
Yeah, it looks like Fanatic Zombies already making a little bit of a move towards Minas. Again, it looks like they went ahead and decided to go for a little bit more of an early rotation, all with just level 1 gear so far. But now that they're a little bit further inside zone, hopefully they'll be able to upgrade what they currently have and not having to worry about anybody else near them, potentially getting some really good loot. And oh no, Kelbush almost went ahead and flipped over his buggy there, but the rest of the snipers are happily inside of Power Grid, also deciding to get their loot on up.
I mean, those buggies are always an interesting thing, particularly on a map like Miramar. I mean, sometimes there's bugs where if the buggy goes upside down, it explodes, you know. Fortunately, those all get patched, but definitely, you know, things are quite interesting, especially on Miramar. There's so many different little nuances that come in, you know, that just the little extra thing that makes Miramar so special. I mean, always enjoy watching the players and the teams go at it. on Miramar.
Oh, I definitely agree. It's always interesting to see what happens with the terrain and the vehicles and just the sight lines. I always go on ahead and like spectating people on Miramar when they're playing because there's just so many sight lines that you could go on ahead and grab. But yeah, at this point, we already said that it seems like some of these teams are still continuing with their slow looting. They're just on the edge. They're going to be coming in late. Meanwhile, other people, they're starting to venture on out. They know that they need to get inside sooner rather than later. And one of them actually is Galaxy Racer, as they're spectating them right now, trying to drive over a bunch of this really rough terrain, getting closer and closer to that eastern zone shift.
Yeah, and that of course makes for some interesting maneuvers. And it's sometimes quite challenging to get across the terrain. I mean, even just in comparison to what you normally see on, let's say, for instance, Erangel. I mean, coming into Sanhok, it is such a trick, especially with the vehicles they have in here. I mean, that we saw one of the teams, of course, in the first Miramar game, coming in with a bus there as it got stuck in that ditch. You don't really see that much on the other maps.
Very true. I mean, anything can happen, and it's honestly, it's entertaining to go on ahead and see how these teams go on ahead and deal with, honestly, some, first of all, running into each other and their interactions with enemies and themselves, and just the interaction of the game itself. I mean, there is stuff that's out of them control, like vehicles getting stuck or flipping and stuff like that, but then they have to go on ahead and figure out what else to do in that situation.
Yeah, and that makes for a really, really interesting play across the board. But of course, now this is where things are going to get pretty tough. You can see the zombies. They've spotted the players there from RICO Infinity. But of course, now we see Galaxy Racer also up against the side of SUDOR. So we've seen a really strong showing from SUDOR before. But will Galaxy Racer now use this opportunity and try to make their comeback from this? As you can see them now moving up on towards Hidan. He is alone in the compound for the moment, but the rest of his team is fortunately starting to move in just to try and fortify the hold that they've got here. But let's see now, will they get it? Oh, beautiful Nate getting sent on over. We got a Waze also now just getting rest up by MG down below. Oh, there we go. Max gets knocked. Ultron gets knocked. Come on. Come on, Hidan. Are you going to get it? Are you going to pick it up? Oh, they're going to try. You can see Safe now. Saif looking for that angle just down below. Trying to figure out exactly where these players went. But of course, you can see, Oasis and MJ just holding up the angle. Track 2 comes crashing on in. Oh, Escaton strikes down. MJ cooking up a nade. Are they going to get it? Come on. MJ so close. Lets it fly. Will it do the job? No, it misses. But that, of course, now gives them a pretty good idea of where to expect MJ to be. As you can see, track 2 now stepping up as well. Just staying ahead. So close.
Yeah, that one seemed to be cooked a little bit too long, but they still can't figure out where he is. I mean, just a bunch of nades jumping on down, but fortunately for MJ, not spotting him out. So that is his home for now on the side of that really small half wall. He's just going to try and watch his tracks. And unfortunately, SUDOR Esports, they did that correctly. Feidan was pushed up on the rest of his team, able to come on with a re-crash onto that to take the fight. And MJ, he might be able to take out 1 or 2 in this situation as a solo if they're not expecting him to be here. And honestly, I'm surprised they didn't go on ahead and continue to clear out this location, because they should have been able to realize, hey, we only have 3 kills. Where is the 4th one?
Yeah, so we'll see whether or not they were paying close attention to that kill feed. But of course, this is where it could really turn in favor of MJ. If MJ is able to isolate the players here from SUDOR, can really turn the tables and cause quite a bit of a disruption to the side of SUDOR. But here we go. This is going to be a very surgical maneuver. MJ. That is what we're going to need to be seeing there. But of course now MJ, ventures out. First shots fly in, picks up 1. But Hidan swoops in to find the confirm. And of course, right off they go back into the lobby. But now we move over in towards iKURD and the players here from SCYTES. And a little bit of a ranged exchange there from them, but nothing too crazy just yet.
Racer, because they ended up being taken out the second team in our last game, and it looks like they're taken out at first in this game. So definitely not the way that they want to go on ahead and end off so far. Hopefully they'll be able to bring it back for our last game on Erangel. But now we are officially down to 15 teams, and as you mentioned, it looks like SCYTES has spotted out iKURD, potentially just exchanging some shots. But still far enough away that either one of these teams could just go ahead and disengage from this. But of course, they don't want to entirely just yet. They want to go ahead and look towards each other and try and pester each other right now in phase 1 going into 2.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity is there. They are currently in zone, so there's no apparent need for them to start rotating up just yet. They can sit here and fight at their leisure. But of course now, depending on where the next phase goes, that would determine for how much longer they can stay here and try to exchange these shots and potentially try to pick up some of those additional points. But we also have a little bit of a creep coming in there from Ghost. He's just creeping a little bit closer onto the side there of iKURD, trying to see if he can find that line of sight on towards them. But of course now Azza just warns him, puts a beautiful one across, and Helmend and Kalaga, they just holding their front. They kind of the reinforcements, just in case they need it, they'll move up and strike.
Yeah, so far fine though. Not too much movement or fight should start right now because the zone is about to pop, and if it goes a hard shift away, they want to be able to get ready for that shift. And it looks like, I mean, not entirely centered, but just off to the center on that northwestern side. It's going to center around just below Bandita. So a lot of the teams actually already found themselves in there while everybody else already grabbed their vehicles or making their first rotation to get inside this.
And this is going to be a super interesting zone, especially with that road, again, now cutting through the middle of it. We got that interesting terrain up in the north there, close to La Bendita. And, of course, we got the outer city limits there down to the south with Los Leones being in place. So definitely looking to see how these teams are going to try and rotate up and position themselves in the zone. As, once again, positioning is going to be absolutely crucial in this zone with so many players and teams still alive. I mean, the better position you can find, I think, honestly, the better you'll do.
I agree. I'm interested to see if any fight breaks up on top of here on Bandita as well. As you can see, HOTLINE Esports up on the northern side, and El Chapo from RTG Esports kind of being in charge of watching this hill, while the rest of his team are currently below him inside of the compound. Up on top of this ridge is really difficult fight to go on ahead and take. So RTG and HOTLINE could go on ahead and be in for a little bit of a wild ride if they continue to make a rotation this way and actually run into each other. But it looks like HOTLINE back inside their vehicle. El Chapo definitely heard the movement of that car. But it looks like they could potentially just be making a rotation away or just patiently waiting as of right now.
But I mean, RTG, HOTLINE, they're not looking too bad today. I mean, HOTLINE not having the best day. They've only been able to pick up 2 kills so far today. All right? But on the other hand, we've got the players there from RTG. They've been able to pick up 17 kills. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on RTG to see whether or not they're going to strike fear into the side here of HOTLINE. Because, you know, just based on the kill stats that we've got, definitely think that RTG has a slight bit of an advantage there. But of course now, as we move up in towards the players here from the snipers, you can see their vehicle not getting blown up. RICO Infinity keeping a very watchful eye on them, not letting them venture too far away, but also still just showing their presence in the vicinity as Marco now sends those shots across. Just trying to remind them, like, yes, you might have blown up a few things, but we're going to be keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, these are the compounds that are just off the center. We ended up being able to watch our last Miramar games 2 days ago. One of them ended up in that warehouse where RICO Infinity team are, and the other one ended down here where snipers are. So teams setting up in both of these locations definitely isn't a bad idea, and I'm interested to see if maybe this zone is going to go to one of those places once again. But as for everybody else, the zone is about to pop once again, and of course everybody trying to start off with a really quick rotation means NASR Esports is going to spot out some members of SCYTES. Meanwhile, you see the SUDOR even was making a rotation in that same spot. So it just seems like a lot of these teams are starting to run into each other in the next zone pop, and it's going to continue to make people do that.
Yes, and pop it shall, as we can see the players here now from Alpha, keeping a very watchful eye just in all around them. We've got NASR, we've got RTG, and well, so many other more teams moving into position, trying to secure the angle in the zone. But I'm quite interested to see how NASR is going to try and play this one. I mean, they are fairly spread out for the moment. But of course, will we see them start to condense a little bit more and, you know, just get those angles all lined up so they can fight as one, you know, send all those shots up simultaneously. But of course now RTG starting to move on in. We see NASR now just trying to fend off a few nades coming in there from Sniper. Nabor just managing to evade the damage for the time being, but of course Amir now being the last player remaining for the side of the Snipers, going head to head with NASR, and of course, well, down they go as Hassan finds the shots and sends him backing.
And Real Tiger 9 is now completely aware of where NASR team is. As you can see, they're now on the very southern side of this new zone that could potentially be a fight that they want to take. Unfortunately, there's only one enemy there that they had to get rid of, so there's no third party that's going to happen coming from that. But even behind them, another team is making a rotation by there. So it looks like there's a lot of opportunity of some third-party fights happening on the very southern side of the zone. And it's actually iKURD. It looks like NASR actually spotting out the other member of SCYTES as well. It's just so much fighting is about to pop off on the very southern side of this, and there's nowhere else for them really to go because the majority of the zone is completely in the center of a field.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the challenging zone for these teams to rotate on through. But of course, now you can see iKURD keeping a very watchful eye there on the players from Real Tiger 9, just waiting for that opening, that little bit of a vantage point into the side of them. But of course, now it seems like iKURD might try. Oh, never mind. S-Rod finds a quick sneaky angle there, just having a little bit of a bag to shoot at, and takes the opportunity with both hands, open scopes. But of course, now this is where things get tough as the players from iKURD try to push further up in towards their zone, trying to pull off that rotation. But they're trying to rotate away from Real Tiger 9, but they've got SUDOR and NASR just up ahead of them. So it's going to be pretty tough one for them. But of course, we see the players from GUNZ now getting eliminated at the hand there of YaLLa. But here we go, Real Tiger 9 now focusing all their efforts onto the players there from iKURD. And iKURD currently very split up.
Ooh. Yeah, they're very split up, and it looks like one of them at least is able to find themselves a little bit of a bowl inside of this field. So he's the one furthest inside, trying to take shots at the other people around them, but instantly Real Tiger 9 Jigsaw is shooting them in the back at that little hay hut. So it's going to be hard for them to get those reses before RT9 now grabbing vehicles. The zone is upon them, so they also have to go ahead and make a little bit of a move.
Oh, I mean, now jumping up in towards Zombies. We see them all the way down in the southern reach of the zone. Real Tiger 9, of course, still just up ahead of them. But it's going to be an interesting position. We've got the players from NASR just up into the north. So Zombies need to be super careful with their push on towards the players here from Real Tigers. They can really expose themselves. But here we go. Nice quick shots coming up in towards Surprise Humam, finding head after head now. But everything now riding on Mr. Ramp here, our aquatic master. But down he goes. Humam comes up to off goes Real Tiger 9 right back up into the lobby. But of course now there's here from YaLLa all the way up in the northwest, getting ready to rotate back in towards the zone. But Fanatic Zombies trying to find an angle. They can hear the vehicles moving. They don't have a clear line of sight just yet, but they're definitely going to keep on looking for them. You can see Amaz now just up ahead of Chills. Chills having to fight with this ballista in the way. Oh man, who puts the stuff there? I mean, you want to take a shot.
The smoke also probably cutting off a little bit of eyesight. Yeah, there's always those issues with some of the items inside of the buildings being a little bit of a nuisance. But, I mean, in that situation, even if they got the knock, maybe wouldn't have been able to get the flush just because of those sight lines there. And the zone, once again, moving over to the eastern side. At this point, everybody is having to force themselves in the field. And even, a lot of these teams are finding themselves in the open and getting some knocks onto them.
Oh, we saw those shots there from Fate, of course, over towards NASR, but Alpha now just a little bit further away. Zombies now getting cornered out in the open field right on the edge of that zone as SUDOR starts pushing up in towards them, causing a little bit of damage. Hamco getting knocked out by the vehicle explosion, but SUDOR now relentless in their efforts as they continue to push on in, finding a bit of damage into the side of Break. But Humam and Break now left to fend. Let's see if they'll be able to pull off that res on towards Hamco. Oh, SK Ton now tries to step on in. Gets knocked out, Molly in a hand, but here we go. Now, oh, SUDOR, track 2 gets knocked out there as Humam, no, sorry, that was Break, stepping out right into that one. 2 of his teammates, of course, they're from the Zombies, still bleeding out very slowly. So quite a bit of pressure now on the shoulders here of Break as, oh, Hamco gets taken down. Humam, and now the last remaining player for them there. But let's see now. Safe moving up here from the SUDOR side. Sends those utils up. It's going to be a close one. Will they find the point? Not yet. Finds a bit of damage into his own teammate, though. A little bit unfortunate, but now as you can see, SUDOR's players also now starting to drop one by one. Hit on, still keeping that angle up in the north. Break, getting hit from up top as the players from NASR come swooping in. Here we go, zombies now having those mollies flying up in their direction. Saif now just patiently waiting for that smoke to clear so you can see exactly where they're at. But of course, he doesn't want to stay around too much longer, as that zone is going to start shifting up once again, and he needs to consider getting into zone once again. But let's see. Will he be able to pull it off as we wait now? That zone shifting up once again, just a little bit further up in towards the south in favor of the team there from NASR. But Saif gets spotted out. You can see the players there from RTG trying to make a play, but YaLLa also now starting to push up on towards RTG, but NASR holding on so strongly to the south of the zone as we see the players there from SUDOR now stepping on up, but Alpha Legends running up into the side there of Fate, picking up those points and of course putting them on a very comfortable 4 kills so far. RICO Infinity still trying to find their own way up in towards the zone as they're now caught on this western front. We got YaLLa and the players from Alpha just up ahead of them. It's going to be a really tricky rotation for them to pull on off, but up comes Ragnar, tempting Fate as he pushes further forward. You can see Alpha now, of course, also following suit, creeping closer and closer to the edge of that zone. RTG now coming up from the north, closing up towards the players here from SUDOR, but of course SUDOR also not just yet in that zone. YaLLa making quick rotation. El Chapo tries to welcome Powerful in, but of course not finding any of the necessary shots just yet. Of course puts in a second attempt, finds a bit of damage, but now Alpha still facing quite a bit of a challenge to get in. They're only sitting on a 3-man team. Will they be able to pull it off? YaLLa now getting caught out in the smokes as they push on in, and El Chapo causing absolute chaos on the side there of YaLLa.
Yeah, in a zone like this with the field so completely out in the open, you kind of do have to be patient to get into a zone like this. So they tried to go for a little bit of a crash, YaLLa did, and instantly everybody else that was inside of this zone tried turning towards them and punishing them. I mean, they had a little bit of a ridge to be able to play out of, but RTG being able to take advantage of that and did a bunch of damage, and now they're on the move to try and find a place inside of zone. Alpha Let's just now coming in too. They need to be careful because, oh no, a lot of damage being thrown their way. This is the exact chaos that usually happens in a field ending. We can even see their Alpha Legends. They had all 3 members up, and they actually just got eliminated trying to come in on that western side.
I mean, 6 teams scattered throughout the edge of the zone. You can see NASR, of course, already sitting on 9 kills, already doing a considerable amount of damage. But will they now be able to continue with that trend as they have a really strong position up in the south there? But it is also a little bit of a height advantage. All the rest of the teams just scattered below them. So of course now we wait to see how NASR is going to try and play this angle. They have got a little bit of hard cover, but of course they can also still get shot from below the vehicle. As you see the shots now flying up there into the side of SUDOR. The players here from RTG keeping those angles. RICO Infinity also trying to make that play, but NASR, I mean, just again having that zone in. YaLLa now trying to strike those hits in towards SUDOR, picks up 1 or 2. Oh, Senke gets picked up by Ida. Beautiful play.
And it looks like zone once again popping down to the southern side. NASR is so happy with this once again. They don't have to move too much, and even then they can move really late. So everybody else more on this northwestern side of the zone has to move first. They can just sit back and wait for them to start making this move. So NASR could potentially pick up even more points in this situation and even win the game. Yeah, there we go. And YaLLa once again moving a little bit too early. SCYTES Razor is just going to go punish it out. Powerful now, the last one up.
Oh, some crazy plays coming in. Hassan going at it once again. And NASR still sitting on 4 players alive. YaLLa down to 3. RICO on 2. And SCYTES on only 1. But of course now we're looking to see whether or not RICO will be able to pull off that res. Get their numbers back up. But Razor now making the dash here for SCYTES. Trying to find that angle up in towards the zone. Creeping up but gets spotted out by Ragnar. Oh, down goes Ragnar to the blue zone. Oh man, 2 teams remain It is now YaLLa up against NASR, a 4v3. YaLLa's health looking very, very low as they've only got one player left to fight Powerful. As Last Hopeful tries to make a little bit of an improvement of his position in that zone, but he still needs to get on in. NASR focusing all their efforts right up in towards him. Will they be able to pick that one up? As you can see, Miracle now coming in, looking so aggressive, so confident in that rotation. Of course, all those utils getting sent on up. Quick Smoke getting sent in as well, but here we go. Miracle, oh, look at the bounce. Oh, that was so close. Miracle comes rushing in. Jump shot to seal the deal. What a play. NASR picks up a chicken dinner, and it was about time.
I mean, they're so strong week 1 of league play. So here we go, going on ahead and winning a game for themselves in the Super Weekend. That's points that they went on ahead. They needed those. They wanted to go on ahead and show us up a little bit, and we'll be able to see how that's going to go on ahead and help them out on the leaderboard after a short break. Be right back.
Hello and welcome back. Wow, Span, Miramar Game 4, absolutely fire once again. And after a long wait, long wait, we see the players from NASR step up and claim a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, we knew they had it in them, and unfortunately, it just kept going a little bit downhill for them throughout all of this. But here we go, grabbing a bag. Let's go ahead and take a look at their total points. There we go. NASR Esports grabbing that first place, 15 placement points, 11 kills, gives them a total of 26 points. YaLLa Esports now in second from that game with 17, and RICO Infinity team with how many kills they got actually tied that with 17. SUDOR Esports grabbing 4th with 13 points, RTG then 5th with 12, SCYTES in 6th with 11, Zombies Esports coming in 7th with 7, and Alpha Legends in 8th with 6.
Some beautiful plays that we've had in this last one. But I mean, again, SUDOR looking super strong there on 9 kills. It's good to see that consistent killing coming in, those consistent points. It is absolutely phenomenal stuff. And of course, as we've seen now time and time again, bringing in a consistent amount of kills really assists. And I mean, that is kind of the strategy we see coming in there from the Zombies. But as we move in to the second page, we see the players there from Fate sitting up in 9th place on 4 points. We got iKURD in 10th on 2. Then, of course, we got the Fanatic Zombies, the players from Real Tiger 9, as well as GUNZ Esports, each sitting on 1 point apiece. But HOTLINE, the players there from the Snipers, as well as Galaxy Racer, not being able to find any points just yet. But now looking at the damage, the total damage being brought in, SUDOR's just going absolutely insane with 2k damage. Of course, NASR sitting on 1600, RICO Infinity on 1300, but NASR being able to convert a lot of that damage into kills.
Yeah, and I mean, I just have to go on ahead and shout out the spot that they were able to have. They had that compound kind of on the side of the hill for a while, and there were a few teams to the southern side of them that I'm just like, oh, are they going to potentially go on ahead and crash NASR, take their spot from them, take that fight because it's a really good location to be taken? No, nobody went on ahead and crashed onto them. Let's go ahead and take a look at some highlights as I go on ahead and continue to talk about their spot. So they were able to go on ahead and continue into the very southern side of this zone. Nobody really contesting them, but they're still able, taking so many shots to the people around them, picked up so many kills, and then of course, as we already know, the chicken.
Yeah, that was just absolutely crazy positioning from the players there from NASR. So beautifully done, but of course, our road to that chicken dinner also brought quite a few interesting plays. As you saw, MJ just putting in a beautiful hit there, but of course getting taken out fairly shortly after that. But now, as we continue in, here is some of those plays from NASR just putting in some phenomenal plays. Nubble, I mean, that guy was crazy.
Crazy, he really was. And here's that fight that really kind of changed it for both RT9 and Zombies Esports. These were both the teams that I expected to go ahead and push up on the NASR, but really they just did so much damage to each other, and even Zombies having to fight SUDOR in the field. NASR was just there to go ahead and clean that all up, and then the southern side was just really all theirs. And there's even some moments I feel like in this zone where a couple of teams might have crashed a little bit too early, and that just resulted in a lot of knocks and people being able to spot them out, unfortunately for them. But because of those early crashes, it really gave the people that were already closer to the zone the ability to be taking them out. And of course, NASR, with the zone shifts towards them, they're able to capitalize on all those fights that were happening.
Yeah, but I mean, that final play there from Razur was also a really well executed one, you know, just shooting from out of that. But now up comes Miracle to clutch it out, jump shot to seal the deal, steal that chicken dinner win. Look at that as well. They did 1600 damage, recovered 736 health, of course finishing off on 26 points, but also bringing in 11 kills. So again, a really nice and strong performance coming in at the hand of NASR.
And I'm glad we were able to see that come out of them. I mean, at the very beginning of league play, we were basically shouting them out at every moment. I mean, they were able to finish the first week of league play with 120 points, like far ahead from the people behind it. Then honestly, they were kind of okay coming into the first super weekend. And then even this league play, they didn't do too well, but we're still able to make it. And so now with that win, I mean, it will go on ahead and do wonders for them, honestly, once we take a look at our main board. But of course, we're going to go on ahead ahead and take a look at our top players now that we're done with those 4 games. This is the players for this match. We have Fightin from SUDOR actually with 1025 damage, 6 kills, and Humam from Zombies there in second with 764 damage himself. Miracle and Nabo, both from NASR Esports for this match, picking up a lot of damage, but even more so the survive kills and the assists at the bottom there. So they were able to be involved in a lot of fights from the position that they held.
Yeah, and it's good to see the players from NASR finding their rhythm once again, coming in with such great placements in that zone, and the zone just being in their favor time after time, phase after phase, shift after shift, and they just beautifully capitalize on that. But of course, speaking about beautiful shifts and zones and things, you know, we're going to be moving in towards Erangel, which we know can be pretty erratic at times, as we saw in our first match of the day.
What are the odds we get another water?
I don't know. I don't even want to think about it, right? But I can tell you one thing. This final match is going to be crazy. All right? Just looking at the pace the teams have been coming in just today alone. Yes, the first match was weird, but I mean, the second one, really strong pacing. Third one, even more so. Fourth one, we just had even crazier placement. Now, we're heading into the fifth one. I'm really looking forward again to see the pace, just the speed, how these players move around, how they execute those maneuvers, and of course where they position themselves, because we've seen it now. The team that finds themselves set up beautifully in the zone, especially those later phases, if they have that, they almost certainly have the chicken.
I mean, especially because so far all of the zones that we actually got so far seem to be pretty out in the open. So anybody that really was able to grab the hardcover or the really nice position with the zone shifting towards them, they were really just able to continue to hold that and then get a lot of kills and then go ahead and win the game. What would be a little bit different coming into our last game is if we got more of a city ending, potentially. Definitely less out in the open, away from any of those field endings, definitely away from any water endings. and I mean, that's a challenge in itself. So, I mean, I'm not saying I'm hoping for a city ending, but I'm definitely saying that that's something that we haven't yet seen today, at least.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of like you said, those open field endings. But, well, I don't really think water counts as an open field, but yes, it is open. But, I mean, just to emphasize the point of, you know, that positioning within the zone. If we start looking at that first match, right? Real Tiger 9 positioned themselves so phenomenally well in that final few zones where they were just able to cause absolute chaos to the players in the water, picking up so many kills, and of course having the opportunity to heal up before they've pushed on in. And of course, let's have a quick look at the overall, and then we can, you know, continue on with that explanation. But here you can see, of course, the players from Zombies Esports sitting up in pole position on 344 points. GUNZ Esports sitting in second on 313. SUDOR up in third there on 258. We got Alpha Legend in fourth on 240. RTG over in fifth on 228. RICO Infinity up in sixth there on 227. NASR in seventh on 223, and then of course Falcons still clinging on to that 8th place with their 169. But I mean, this is absolutely phenomenal stuff. The teams that we've really seen today stepping it up, bringing that performances, they are starting to come up into this first page of the overall rankings.
They really are, and even taking a look at the second page, SCYTES in 9th with 186. They're only 10 points away from jumping up into the 8th place position potentially. And in 10th, iKURD Esports with 186 as well. 2 teams potentially duking it out to get on that top 8 position of the leaderboard. HOTLINE Esports though in 11th place, a little bit further behind, 166 total points, tied with YaLLa with 166 too. Real Tiger 9 now in 13th with 142, 1 point behind them. Galaxy Racers still being able to go up so far in the leaderboard. Raad in 15th, Flare Loyal team in 16th, and then of course our 4 teams below 16th place. Top 16 is what people want to go ahead move on into finals. As we all know, it is going to be Fate Esports in 17th, then the Snipers, then GUNZ, and Fanatic Zombies.
So I'm really looking forward to this final match. But as I was saying before, you know, that positional play in the zones. I mean, Real Tiger 9 first match, beautiful positioning in that zone. As we of course then went into our second one, which was on Miramar. Players there from RICO Infinity, just coming so aggressively, but also working in that zone to their favor. Just moving up time and time again, and of course SUDOR at the end of Sanhok. Beautiful aggression. I mean, the confidence we saw with those nades getting flung all over the place, on point. I mean, there's nothing I can say to critique that. Then of course then we get in to this last match that we just watched. NASR, beautiful positioning once again in zone. So I'm really will be the team to find themselves in that position, because as we've now seen in today's games, if the teams consistently find themselves in a good pacing with that zone, it really results in some strong points for them.
I don't disagree. Yeah, it's like both these teams, if they're able to make that successful rotation, make it into that end game, obviously then the kill points are going to find it to them as well. I don't think we've actually had any game so far with somebody getting a chicken with that low of kill points. So the entire time they've been super active, and I do think that also contributes to the fact that all of it's been super out in the open. All of these teams have just been having to fight their way inside of those end zones every single match on those edges, and that obviously goes on ahead, racks up the kill points. So it's not like the zone is just continuing to shift like directly on top of them, getting a little bit zone gifted, as some people call it. They were actively continuing to make those moves around. Sure, some of the zones went ahead, pulled a little bit closer to some of the teams that went on ahead and won the game, but they were still actively shooting at people and picking up a lot of kill points that could have potentially taken the spot away from them. So both really nice placement and really nice aggression as well coming out of everybody who went on ahead and won those games.
Yeah, of course now we're getting ready to move up in towards Erangel to see what show we'll get in our final match of the day. And of course, you know, it's going to be quite interesting because so far over the Super Weekend, we've seen the players from Zombies, we've seen GUNZ, we've seen SW2D3, we've seen the Galaxy Racers performing exceptionally well, looking really strong with the points. But now we wait to see who is going to be the team to bring in that final chicken dinner of the Super Weekend. Of course, now as we can see that flight path coming in, and it is looking fantastic.
Super far over to the eastern side. Once again, looks like plane path not wanting to be super nice to the teams, just shoving them over to one of the extreme cardinal directions on the map. I mean, over here on the eastern side, potentially the zone could shift over here, or as we've been watching it happen twice now, hard shift over to the complete opposite side. But also, since this zone went ahead and started off towards Military Island, it could go on ahead and show up down there as well. Obviously, we'll know in a few more seconds, but definitely, again, a difficult plane path.
Yeah, but that is what we want to see. We don't want an easy flight path. We don't want an easy zone. We want the game to test these players. And of course, that is the kind of the point. This is proving grounds. The teams need to show us what they've got, what they are made of, and of course, how they are going to play themselves through this game. As we now see that zone shifting in, not such a difficult zone, but it will definitely open up those opportunities for some interesting rotations.
Definitely, especially everybody who went on ahead and did in fact drop on that military island. And I mean, on the other side of the coin, the other argument to the you know, with the hard plane path, the hard zones, it does in fact test the players. But if the plane path and the zone are really easy, couldn't you argue that that's potentially harder, since everybody knows how to go on ahead and play these zones? All of them are such on level playing fields that could go on ahead and potentially be a bit more difficult, since they're all trying to go on ahead and get those top spots. It's a little bit, you know, a little bit on the flip side, you know, all of it is so quote unquote easy, but all of them now know it's easy, that they, you know, it's a little bit more difficult in a different way.
What I mean by easy is not like easy. I mean, it's a comfortable zone. All right, it's a way more comfortable zone. So what I like about a zone like this one in particular that we've got, it's very complementary of the flight path, right? This opens up the opportunity for the teams to go out and get a little bit more aggressive, because they know that they are safe in zone. They don't have to worry about rotating and trying to stay up with the zone. Now they can go out and start looking for those points. They can go out, get aggressive, go hunting for their opponents. So don't get me wrong, I like the zone, but I'm hoping to see that hunter mentality come in this final one, and I really honestly think that's what we're gonna have.
I don't disagree. I mean, coming into this last one, this is the like final stand for the Super Weekend, right? All these teams are going to go on ahead and have to start again going into league play to re-qualify to get into the Super Weekend. So all these guys could potentially, you know, it's so difficult to go on ahead and qualify. We've had 8 different teams going ahead and not qualify for the Super Weekend, that potentially not even wanting to take that chance again, just going ahead and rack up as many more points as possible before in the last game of the Super Weekend, because there is potential that they're not going to make it into the next one.
Oh yes, 100%. I mean, there's always that chance. There's no point in which we can say, yes, we are 100% convinced this is going to be the outcome of it. Because as we've seen now, over all these games that we've been watching, after all these matches, anything can happen. These players are, to a very large extent, in control of what that leaderboard does, who qualifies in for Super Weekend, and of course, how that Super Weekend then goes.
So all these teams definitely going to have to play this a little bit carefully. I mean, they want to go on ahead and be aggressive, but be smart with their aggression coming into this last game. They don't want to go on ahead and do anything foolish that could go ahead to take them out early, not gain as many points as they could have. So definitely smart coming into this last game. And then going into next league play, I'm interested to see how all this mentality is going to pretty much change up, you know, because there are some teams that will need those last 15 games next Super Weekend. So I'm interested to see if that's going to potentially change anything that we've seen so far in the league play for our last week.
It'll definitely be interesting to see, you know, how all of this kind of plays out over the next few days as we move into that league play. But of course, we still need to see how it plays out in this one. And of course, Ida, yeah, it's not going to fit through there. Well, I don't think so. Ida, of course, no. Just abandoning the idea of trying to squeeze that buggy through there. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see exactly where these teams are going to try and rotate up. Because we have that blue zone already starting to close on in. But a lot of the teams still going out, you know, about their business, grabbing their loot. No one looking to phase just yet, as we have that zone sitting, you know, fairly comfortably for the time being. But I'm expecting things to start getting pretty uncomfortable once we have this first initial shift.
I'm interested to see how those 3 teams on the military island are also going to make the rotation. We went on ahead and visited one in Novo, and I mean, that bridge over on the eastern side should have a lot of teams in front of them. So maybe some of them will go for the long rotation, taking that western bridge. But obviously, it looks like they're finishing up their loop before they make a move on in. Even the other teams further inside the zone, they're trying to decide where they want to go on ahead and call home, basically. What's the best position that they think the sun's going to go? Because as of right now, phase 1, it doesn't give IGLs any hints, right? There's no hints on where the next zone is going to go to. Phase 2 can still be completely random. Really, phase 2 is kind of where you can guess more accurately where you need to set your team up. But as of right now, it's really just, I guess we could call it like defensive placements in a way. You know, you want to go ahead and place yourself in a spot that no matter where the zone goes, you have some sort of a rotation that's possible for you to get inside the next one.
Well, that's definitely kind of the setup that you want. But you always want to try and plan for that exit strategy. I mean, this is something that Imperium, you know, usually speaks about quite often is, you know, a good entry, but a good exit as well. You know, it's all good and well taking up a position in a compound, but if you don't have a good exit strategy from that, you got to try and improve on that particular, you know, you got to improve on that. You got to plan ahead.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what all these teams are actually going to choose to be the best position inside this zone because it is so far out in the open. I mean, you can see that everybody is just kind of like leapfrogging up a little bit more positions, kind of potentially a little bit more wary because the zone did... Oh... The zone and where the plane path went did kind of go over all this already, so each location isn't as free as before. You know, all the other planes and circles I feel like we've seen did hard shift away, so a lot of people are able to send it further inside, but on this one it's a bit different in that people are already in here and already looted in here, so you can't just go on ahead and just send it into a compound they could potentially want. This is where scouting is also very necessary.
Yeah, this of course now forces the players to show some of their other skills, some of their other abilities. We've seen now in the previous 4 games with all those crazy shifts that we had, exactly how these players can rush into a zone. But yes, now everybody is in the zone already. We see the teams now getting a little bit restless in anticipation for this next zone shift. And of course, you can see the players there from HOTLINE as well as the players from Fanatic Zombies now approaching in from the western side. But the rest of the zone, we're having a slight bit of a convergence in anticipation of this next shift. And here we go right into that zone and just a slightest bit up into the northeast.
Okay, this honestly I feel like is one of the more difficult zone shifts because we have the water and Yasnaya Polyana kind of being a little bit of a more difficult space inside the zone to make any sort of rotations, and even the hill up by Stalber is a little bit more of rough terrain, so all these teams are going to have to actually continue their rotation to get further up inside this zone, so everybody could also be getting closer to each other with a few terrain areas coming into play. I mean, that river is definitely a little bit of a blocker to make kind of funnel all these teams closer together, and that means less locations for the majority for the teams to be able to go and take and play out of.
Yeah, and of course, oh, come on, iKURD now taking aim over on towards YaLLa, but you can see the teams now all starting to creep closer and closer there to Yasnaya, as we have the players there from Real Tiger 9 and the team from Alpha positioned over towards that western side of Yasnaya. iKURD, of course, now coming in from the eastern side. So if we hear those shots, they might maybe get drawn into that. The players from YaLLa also now pushing in, but as we jump up into the fight between Alpha and Real Tiger 9, we see the RICO Infinity on the opposite end of the waterway coming in with a few taps. But this is, of course, expected. You see the team so close. Oh, those utils once again just flying on in. But this is going to be super interesting to see how these teams are going to fight it out.
It does look like the rest of Alpha. They tried sending 2 up there to hold a little bit of a 2-2 split, but after 1 goes down, Kato just drives away, trying to find a little bit more safety back down into the apartments of Yasnaya. There you go. He's able to heal up, grab back his buggy, and continue moving. Definitely a hard 2-2 split for them to be able to take with Real Tiger 9's existence, I guess we'll just say, in that spot. Instead, they're going to choose to be a little bit safer, go further inside of Yasnaya Polyana, and that's really going to give them really good positioning if the zone does decide to go ahead and pull even closer to Yasnaya, because people who are already inside the city will obviously be able to grab the best buildings and potentially get themselves in a really good spot to go ahead and win the game. So it'll be interesting to see if the next zone shifts there, is what I'm saying.
But of course now we see YaLLa and the players from Zombies in anticipation of the zone continuing further north, moving up in towards Stalber and the surrounding area. But now RICO Infinity, Ragnar, a wham in hand. He is ready, locked and loaded, scoping out just a little down to the south here, trying to see if he can find that angle on towards Real Tiger 9. And of course now Jigsaw facing a bit of a puzzle there, trying to figure out which way best to try and move on in. But Ragnar coming up, changing over to the M4, puts a little bit of spray in towards Ramk. But fortunately for Ramk, he is safe for the time being.
Hey, they're all safe inside this little ledges inside of Yasnaya. Yeah, I was talking about defensive positions or proactive positions. I feel like the one that Real Tiger 9 has is one of them. They're easy access up to the north and southern side. Meanwhile, unfortunately for Alpha Legends, looks like they went further inside Yasnaya, and iKURD decided to grace them with their presence.
Oh, and here we go. That zone. You could maybe have your city finish. I'm not going to lie. Looking at where that zone is at the moment, it could still swing back in towards Yasnaya. But, oh man, that northeastern shift definitely going to be super challenging for these teams to move in, especially the teams coming in from the western side. Coming in from the west, even the southwest, is going to be such a highly contested rotation to try and squeeze on in. So you can see a few teams still hanging back, but now they also need to try and come up with a bit of a split. The team there from RICO Infinity already making that dash up towards that western side. So really looking to see where the teams are going to try and take up their positions in anticipation of the, the teams still outside of the zone who are yet to push in.
I'm interested to see where this next zone actually shifts to, because once again, there's a huge field inside of this zone. There's a huge open side of the mountain where ridges could come into play. But otherwise, I mean, all the way down here on the southern side, it looks like that's where the majority of these teams are. Some of them also just trying to play the road in the smack dab center of this. A lot of this land, once again, kind of more open compared to other terrain. So everybody that's deciding to play all the way on this eastern side, trying to play inside the forest still. I mean, nobody wants to go anywhere near those fields. And looks like Zombies and Galaxy Racer ended up finding each other.
Oh, the artillery strike begins. As you can see, Break now sending that nade on over, trying to find a little bit of an opening into the side of Galaxy Racer. But no, they're not having any of that as they put the shots up in towards Break. As you can see, MJ now also just trying to flank around to come in for that res. But here we go. Hamco now moving in. He's got the nade at the ready. Sends it over. Galaxy Racer feeling a little bit of that damage. But of course, they don't seem to be too phased. 2 players up for them. Zombies sitting on 3 players up. With Break now about to potentially get rest on up. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to pull that one off, as Umam now repositions the vehicle, just trying to move it out of harm's way. So they have at least that backup plan should they need it. But MJ now still out in the open, not really managing to get up into the teammates. There's Zombies back up to 4. But this is now where things are going to get pretty hairy. As you can see, Galaxy Racer keeping a very watchful eye. But of course, the team there from the Fanatic Zombies are also moving into position. You can see Saleh now just striking up in towards Bood. Chills coming in with the Mosin, taking aim over towards Galaxy Racer. Not taking the shot just yet, but sends one off. Aways just managing to evade that shot. If Aways knew how close that was, I think he'd be kissing the ground that he walks on.
Yeah, but the amount of teams that could potentially be pushing onto them isn't over yet. As we take a look at the majority of this zone, we can still see a lot of teams down on that southeastern side, and even more so now that this zone actually went on ahead and centered around Fanatic Zombies and the Zombies. That's even more of an incentive for everybody else on that southeastern side to push straight in, because obviously that's the direction they have to go. So anybody now outside completely in the open, it's dangerous. And I mean, luckily, Galaxy Racer and Zombies aren't actively fighting anymore. The rest of Zombies end up pulling a little bit away. So there's a potential that these teams will be able to stay up by themselves and not get super involved until more teams get involved in the circle.
But it's definitely going to be an interesting zone, especially a little bit further up in towards the north. Seeing that we're starting to move up this hill, I mean, there's so many positions that are going to get opened up just based on the positioning of these teams. But now we can see the Zombies still just trying to hold on to the compound, still looking over towards the players there from Galaxy Racers. But you can feel that anticipation are starting to build as we see the players from GUNZ eliminating the team there from Alpha Legends. Back they go. Now 15 teams remain. And we are in the 4th phase, moving up in towards the 5th one. And we still have that wave of players trying to find a secure angle in towards the zone. SUDOR, of course, down in towards the south. Snipers even further south from that. But the site's also now venturing up a little bit further. But of course, Chills with the Mosin. He is not chilling just yet. He is trying to cause as much damage as he can, and he's going to be relentless in his efforts. As you can see, Break now taking aim over towards the players here from SCYTES and GUNZ, of course, now also just moving up there right alongside the site. So definitely Zombies and Fanatic Zombies are going to start feeling the pressure with all these teams starting to move closer and closer. But here we go. Umam sends one off. Fate now comes pushing in onto the side of Galaxy Racer, Max and MJ. Down goes MJ. Down goes Lath, though. Away's now just trying to hold up the defensive line as Reef pushes closer and closer. Aways gets knocked, and it is now up to Ultron, who's trying to quickly pick up that res on towards Max, but of course Reef is right in front of him. NASR gets eliminated. What's going on? The zone is getting chaotic once again. iKURD also gets sent on off, but here we go. Fate now continuing their efforts, but oh, Max finds a beautiful shot right there. And let's see now, will they be able to pull this one off as the YC just got knocked out. Reef now waiting. Ragnarok flanking on in. Comes in on the trenches. Finds a beautiful entry point. But of course now Ultron just up ahead. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to pull this one off. Oh, Ragnarok comes jumping off of the top to seal it up. And of course, off they go. YaLLa also now facing a little bit of a challenge here. As you can see, RICO Infinity taking aim over towards Bandar. Khalid also now trying to lay that down, but Yamaz puts a beautiful shot in as well. Beautiful retaliation there. But let's see now, will they be able to continue as Prestige just got knocked out? And there's a very fair exchange between both these teams.
It looks like Yamaz is just going to go on ahead and back up out of there. I mean, his teammate Bandar is so far away that they want to just get into a better position. Vehicle moving as well. Seems like some of these teams are still deciding to make some of these moves. The majority of the teams are inside of this new zone, though. Definitely big enough for everybody to fit, but that's because 12 teams are the only ones surviving, and the fighting not even over. Bandar ends up finding himself knocked as well. Everybody on the northern side seems to be pretty active and taking shots towards each other, and that's because the zone once again shifting towards zombies. A lot of these teams on the northern side cannot continue to exist. There's really only one location that people can play up on this northern side, so they're all going to be fighting for it, and it starts off with snipers being the next team eliminated.
I can see so many teams just getting caught in that crossfire, but of course the players from SUDOR all the way down in the south, the only team positioned this far south, of course, they're right there behind the players from the sites as well as GUNZ. But of course now we look to see whether or not they'll be able to find those angles, because this is actually a beautiful position to be in. As you can see, Hidan sending that one straight on up. Oh, absolutely insane. Razur, of course, getting knocked out, but Faith picks up the confirm on that one. Sneaky plays as YaLLa now gets eliminated. GUNZ now turning their attentions once again over towards the players there from SUDOR, who's trying to make their play for the south. They're trying to push up in towards zone, but it's going to be such a difficult one as we got the players from GUNZ lined up on that southern end, as well as the players from sites who are now pretty aware of the potential angle of SUDOR. So they're keeping a very watchful eye, not letting their guard down on that angle. But of course, as we move over towards the western side, Real Tiger 9 and the players here from RICO Infinity now getting caught in a bit of an exchange as well. But of course, now they need to be careful. They can't overextend themselves because there's so many teams in the vicinity. As you can see, this is going to be pretty tough. Ragnar just managing to evade the damage coming in. But of course, now it is not over by any stretch of the imagination, as we got players from Fanatic Zombies positioned up in the north, but RICO Infinity and the players from Real Tiger still just battling it out, sending out their barrages of utils back and forth. GUNZ now striking into the side of sites. Oh, Ghost not in the best spot, and of course Hamodi capitalizing on that. Downer they go, and sites get sent back into the lobby.
This is really nice to see coming out of them, honestly, because GUNZ, they've been eliminated pretty early on the last two games, so them being able to take control of the entire southern side is absolutely huge. Meanwhile, on the complete opposite side, all the way up on the northern side, we can see that the fighting are continuing. RTG, one of the teams we've been keeping an eye on, now getting into a fight. There's just fighting all up on the side of this mountain right here.
Man, NASR, that nade was insane. A double whammy, picks up 2 knocks in the process, putting the players there from a Real Tiger 9 down to only 1 Eagle, the last hopeful. But of course, the heads aren't going to stop anytime soon as RTG swoops on through. Wow. We see SUDOR now also trying to make their play down in the south as the zone has shifted south once again. NASR now trying to set himself up in the south here as well, waiting on the front line right there alongside the players from SUDOR. But of course now SUDOR, they are pretty aware, as you can see, keeping a very watchful eye on the players from GUNZ just up ahead of them. But here we go, Khalid now tries to step on in, tries to find that angle up on towards Eagle, but Eagle, he's got his eyes fixed, his eyes are open, he's paying lots of attention. And it's going to be a pretty tough one, but either way, RICO Infinity now starting to circle on in, and down he goes. Eagle gets eliminated. 7 teams remain, and this zone is looking pretty thin with all these players spread throughout, and it's going to be such a difficult one. Just the complexity of the terrain alone makes it so difficult.
You know, GUNZ Esports clearly in one of the best positions in this situation. I'm interested to see if anyone's going to try and try to take that from them, basically, if any crashes are going to come into play, because otherwise everybody needs to start pulling up on this northern side where there's already multiple teams. And here we go, Fate, they decide to go ahead and roll on up directly above GUNZ Esports. I mean, they're kind of playing a little bit of a dip, and hopefully they're okay, but I mean, there's not inside of zone. So would you rather go ahead and start a little bit slow, now being rained down upon by util, or make the full crash? More fighting actually happening to the even further to the north side of Fate as well.
I mean, GUNZ controlling the whole southern side of the zone. Beautiful ridgeline control that we see coming in, but of course Fate, as you mentioned, moving in, challenging them for that. You can see that absolute barrage of utils getting sent out one after the other. But of course now Hamodi sends one up of his own, finds a knock in towards Fate, but of course this is where it gets super tough for the players from Fate, as we see Freak now starting to just rotate up. Oh, beautiful positioning, finds the hit, picks up one. Will they get the last? Oh, it's gonna be close. Come on. Right there now as they venture out, picks up the confirm. Down goes Fate. GUNZ move up onto 7 kills. And of course now GUNZ are looking to retain their control of the south. That ridgeline working beautifully in their favor. But of course now RICO Infinity taking aim onto the side there of RTGs. You can see Marshall trying to get ahead of the bullets, but her mum says no. Down you shall go. Zombies now moving up as they are also positioned up in the north. RICO Infinity right there alongside them. GUNZ looking quite comfortable down in the south. But of course now we look to see where the next zone shift is going to take us. And of course Zombies and RICO Infinity not going to be stopping anytime soon, as we have NASR now rushing on up at SUDOR's. They are trying to hold on to the edge of their zone. And here we go. Those utils again sending their way on through, as we see the players from RICO Infinity moving up quickly, trying to secure their numbers back again, trying to get those reses up. But of course, this is going to be a super challenging zone, as GUNZ are now forced out of their vantage point, and they now need to consider moving back up in towards the zone.
I was going to say Fate crashing onto GUNZ there. That really could have gone ahead and changed the entire gameplay, but Fate was the one eliminated. But this next zone shift is definitely making GUNZ fight for it at this point. And SUDOR holding this little ridge, and as you can see, a little bit of a trees as well, is definitely going to put them to the test. We can see already trying to toss out some sort of util and spot them out, but unfortunately a little bit too far away. They can't really venture any closer because it's completely out in the open. And there we go, SUDOR Esports, as K-Ton starting their spray in, is going to get a knock on to Lord. The rest of GUNZ need to figure this out, and I mean, they have vehicles to provide themselves some sort of cover, but right now zone is still far away. They could go on ahead and wait a tiny bit longer, but everybody else on the northern side, this might be another win for SUDOR if they're able to take out GUNZ.
I mean, it is going to be an absolute close call for them. As you can see, the players there from SUDOR just trying to play that western edge. Of course, now Ragnar still alive there for RICO Infinity. GUNZ looking phenomenally strong in this round. Will they be able to follow through all the way? Already sitting on 9 kills. You can see the players here from SUDOR sitting on 3. GUNZ now makes it 10 as they pick up yet another one. SUDOR getting taken down to only 1 remaining player. That, of course, being a Track 2. Now, you can see Track 2 just lying in the bush, waiting patiently to see what GUNZ are going to be doing. But of course, now the Zombies also up in the north. RICO, oh, Infinity, Ragnar, finding a few more hits in. But of course, oh, SUDOR's get eliminated. Beautifully played, but now GUNZ holding strong in the southern position. Ragnar causing absolute mayhem with his AWAM as he hits that shot straight into the side of Freak. That was a freak shot. What a beautiful one done there by Ragnar. But of course, now we wait to see if GUNZ will be able to recoup their numbers. They still have 4 players in this match. Will they be able to get all those reses down? As Ragnar is perched up at the top. The solo remaining player for his team finds a quick few shots in towards Hamco. But now he is completely isolated and in quite a bit of danger as he now quickly tries to recover that health. GUNZ now using his opportunity to get themselves all minute back up. And now they start pushing closer towards the zombies. As you can see those utils flying on in and Ragnar trying relentlessly to find the shots on towards Hamco, completely ignoring the fact that we see the guns just off to the side, but yet again puts the shot in towards Freak. Hamco now, gets knocked. Break just trying to creep his way on through. Break now taking aim over towards GUNZ. You can see Lord, Hamodi, and Raouf now pushing on in, but Raouf seals it up, closes it in. Ragnar steals the kill though. Down goes Break, and the nade comes in to close it up. What a play that was. Absolutely insane. GUNZ, I mean, what?
A really strong position on the southern side that entire time. The only team that could have gone on ahead and potentially taken that away was SUDOR, but they were able to play that really, really well in that position, honestly.
That was an absolutely phenomenal play. Just like, that was insanely executed. But of course, we're going to be heading into a quick break. So we'll come right back after the break, and then we'll get into the insanity of Erangel, which we just saw. So see you guys after the break. Hello and welcome back. We just saw the end of our 5th match, the final match for day 3 of our 2nd super weekend of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And it has been an absolutely insane finish to the day. What a great way to wrap things up.
I do not disagree, and I mean, a little bit different, I guess, in terms of terrain. We're kind of talking about it, but we'll touch on that right after we take a look at the match stats that go on ahead and explain it as well. We can see that in first, GUNZ Esports were able to go ahead and win that game, 15 kills as well, with a total of 30 total points. In second, RICO Infinity team grabbing second place, 11 kills as well, 23 total points. Ended up having a solo up until the very end game. Zombies Esports, on the other hand, third place, 5 kills, 15 total points. Fade Esports in 4th with 12, SUDOR Esports in 5th with 11, and RTG Esports in 6th with 10. Real Tiger 9 and the Snipers are both going to come in on 7th and 8th, both with 4 kill points and 5 total points as well for this match on Erangel.
It was an absolute slaughterfest all the way through, but absolutely fantastic way to end off the day. And of course, as we move into that second page, the players there from HOTLINE Esports finishing up in 9th place on 3 points, YaLLa in 10th on 3, Fanatic Zombies in 11th on 2. We got the iKURD finishing in 12th place, also then on 2, the SCYTES in 13th on 1. And then, of course, the players there from Galaxy Racer, the team from NASR, and, of course, Alpha Legends not being able to pick up any points. But now looking at that damage, absolute brutality, as you can see. GUNZ going at a 2600, RICO Infinity 2400, and, of course, some really strong conversion rates coming in from both these teams.
Both of them being able to pick up 15 and 11 kills, that's definitely impressive for them. I mean, GUNZ the entire time, they were playing on the very southern side of that zone, and I mean, they did have some people try to contest them for that spot, but otherwise they had a really strong position playing inside that little bowl on the southern side of that road. Really, the tides could have changed if SUDOR was able to go ahead and pull something out of that fight, but really, I mean, I think that they were able to identify just how important it was to keep that location safe, so they ended up winning that fight against SUDOR and Fate when they came towards them. And there we go, GUNZ Esport. We can see all of the teammates' stats coming in from now. Hamidi with 1050, 4 damage, 7 kills, and 4 assists in total. And then Lord coming in with the most amount of time, 2605. Freak and Rauf, of course, also being their really strong team play, honestly, coming into this last game. All 4 of them were able to stay alive the entire time until the win.
Yeah, that was just such a beautiful play coming in from GUNZ. So, again, no surprise to see that kind of performance from GUNZ. I was just very relieved to see it at least once today. I mean, really strong way to finish it off, claiming yet another chicken dinner. And that was their 4th chicken dinner for this super weekend. That puts them on, what, like 6, I think, in total? That's insane.
Yeah, and I was actually kind of worried for them because I feel like in the past few games they really weren't doing the best performance possible. Even though they are the team in 2nd place so far, I feel like at first they're kind of catching up to Zombies, but then really in the last 2 games they weren't able to gain too many points and the people behind them were potentially catching up. So being able for them to go and win this next map as well is definitely helping out with that main leaderboard. And let's also go take a look at their map stats for RICO as well.
Oh yes, here we go. You could definitely see Miramar was their stronger map in line of damage, doing a 1928 damage on Miramar. But of course, Erangel, they picked up the most kills, putting themselves on 5.5 average per showing on Erangel. But of course, Miramar also a longer survival time there for the players from RICO Infinity, and definitely not surprised by that, as we did see them finish on really strong in this last match. And of course then for today's performances as well, you know, RICO Infinity sitting right at the top. They were the strongest performing team with regards to kills, with regards to placement points, and of course overall points just in today's performance. So really good to see that kind of play style coming in from RICO and them being so aggressive we knew they could do it, and finally they proved it to everyone else. Like, showed them, you know, like, here we are, this is who we are, and this is the kind of play that you can expect. But of course, another team that also was really impressive today was the players from SUDOR. So we're going to be popping over into their stats just to see a nice breakdown there as well. Again, for them also, Miramar was again also their damage heavy map, but Sanhok, no surprise there, super aggressive, coming in with a 7 kill in that one. But of course, Erangel being the map on which they survived the longest. So good to see a decent spread throughout that. And also good to see that there's not one particular map in which, you know, which kind of favors them the most. It's a nice decent spread for the team there from GUNZ across the board. And essentially that is what you want to see. You want to see the teams being pretty competent on all the maps.
Because that's really where the difference lies, you know, like some teams go on ahead and say, oh, we're a Miramar team and stuff like that. We do really well on this one map, but really at this level you have to go on ahead and be able to know how to perform in all of them. And let's go actually take a look at another graphic. We have some team player versus other player. We can see that it is Ragnar from RICO Infinity versus Dawn. So just taking a look at their main stats, we can see 35-57 in terms of better stats for Dawn versus 30-63 for Ragnar, even in terms of their kills and the damage as well, the assists.
Yeah, I mean, Ragnar coming in with a nice consistent, you know, knock and kill count there. So pretty much every knock he's put in, he's converted to a kill. But as we saw there for Hedan, coming in on 22 kills, but 18 knocks coming into that. So, yeah, some of those were kills that he picked up kind of free of charge. You know, it's like stealing the kill away from someone. But either way, a point is a point. We're not going to argue as to how those points were acquired. But still, a really strong showing that we have, you know, coming in from these players. And I mean, I really think Soleil is starting to get challenged for his MVP slot. As we see so many more players stepping on up. Even RICO Infinity, I think it was Ragnar over on Miramar, on Sanhok, that threw that cheeky nade to finish it off, you know. No, that was from SUDOR. SUDOR that threw the nade up in towards RICO Infinity. But still, there's so many impressive players that we've seen, not only just today, but in fact throughout this whole super weekend.
I do not disagree, and I think today was honestly a really good end off, I think, of this super weekend. I mean, we had those challenging zones that we went on ahead and did, all of them honestly super out in the open, but each of them also providing a bunch of other teams that we didn't see. Some of them getting their first chicken, some of them being able to increase more. I mean, GUNZ being able to pick up one at the very end as well. I mean, we already touched upon how they weren't doing too well, I feel like, in the past 2 games, but ending it off with another win, I mean, that's just that just shows how they're able to go on ahead and come back. It really is just down to the game at that point and how they can continue to be consistent. 6 chickens for themselves so far. That's the most. Next is 5, as we know, for Zombies. And then after that is 3 for RICO Infinity team, which I think at this point, the very top of the leaderboard is really solidified with those top teams, that it really is kind of not entirely kind of a fight between them, but also shows today with who won the games, still other people could go on ahead and show up.
But of course, also don't forget, we had a pretty strong showing coming in from Falcons in that first week, right? But now the Zombies have been stepping up in this super weekend. So I'm pretty curious to see how it is going to fare when we have these two teams go head to head. And of course, looking at the Zombie stats, you can see quite a considerable amount of damage that they brought in, over 1600, and of course recovering 715, sorry, can't count today, in health. Of course, bringing in some really strong average kills. They're sitting on about, well, that was what, 12, the average points being 12.87, I believe I saw. And of course the average kills being on 7.4 something. So some really, really strong stats there for the side of the players. Yes, it was in fact 12.9. Let's round it up. 12.9 for the average points for the Zombies, and of course average kills of 7.5. So really, really strong stuff there from them. But of course, I'm really interested to see how it's going to look like when we see Zombies with the addition of the Falcons in the mix, because there's a chance for that. Moving in to league play, we could see the players there from Falcons coming up with a very strong performance, securing their spot in the next Super Weekend, and of course potentially having Zombies and Falcons there. But I mean, if we look at how that overall standings has already changed, just coming into today, which has been an absolutely insane day. So many aggressive and impressive players coming in. I mean, Falcons have been moved down a considerable amount on that leaderboard, and that just comes to show how strong these teams are. There's no one particular team that is actually dominating.
That's true. And I mean, honestly, them being able to still be, I mean, we'll take a look at the overall very shortly, but them still being pretty far up the overall leaderboard just goes to show how strong they were coming into week 1, a Super Weekend 1. But also, if they don't get into this next one, it could be a complete disaster for them. And let's go ahead and take a look at our kills stats for players as well here. You can see that Ragnar currently with 6 total. Oh, wait. In first, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Soleil in first with 70 so far. Then Break also from Zombies with 65. NASR on RICO Infinity team in third with 44. Actually tied with Lord from GUNZ. And again, Humam there for Zombies, 43. Ragnar taking that 6th spot also from RICO Infinity team. Hamady from GUNZ with 41. Chaos from Alpha Legends with 41. Freak from GUNZ with 36. And Fighton from SUDOR with 36. It looks like 3 members from Zombies and 3 members from GUNZ all made it on top of the leaderboard, and 2 from RICO Infinity team. I don't think that's a coincidence whatsoever.
No, definitely no surprise, because I mean, the top 4 teams, it's no surprise to see their players sitting in the top kills. But I mean, Saleh, it's just absolutely insane. And speaking about Saleh, we're going to be looking at our top players for today's matches. And of course, as you can see, there is Saleh right up in front on 537 damage. And of course, an average of 2.33 kills coming in, as well as a great survival time. But then, of course, we got Break there on 377 average damage, 2.17 on average kills. So it's looking really strong with Humam, even the 3rd player from the Zombies, right up there in our top 5 players of the day. I mean, that was just absolutely insane. But again, no surprise, because we know the Zombies are super aggressive. They go out, they go looking for those kills. Any and every opportunity they have to take the shot, they do.
Yeah, and it looked like GUNZ. There's a GUNZ member yesterday that showed up on the board as well for those top players, but RICO Infinity team got a player up onto the top players for today this time, and that just goes to show that their performance today was in fact pretty impressive. But here we go, the time that we have all been waiting for. We're about to jump into the overall stats for this Super Weekend. Zombies Esports in first place still with 359 total points, and still in second, GUNZ Esports. Looks like they're getting a little bit closer, 343 total points. SUDOR Esports being able to jump up 1 total space, now in third with 269. RICO Infinity team jumping 4 spaces, 3 chickens now to their name with 250. Alpha Legends unfortunately going down 2 spots, but still in 5th place with 240. RTG in 6th with 238. NASR Esports in 7th with 223. And FalconsEsport, I mean, they weren't here for this weekend, they were there for last, but they're still in the top 8 spot with 196. And it also looks like GUNZ Esports finally took that top winner chicken dinner slot with 6 total. Right behind them, Zombie Esports with 5, and as we already pointed out, RICO Infinity with 3 for themselves. Those are our top 3 teams in terms of chickens.
Yeah, and this, of course, just being the changes we've seen from yesterday to today. So Falcons already being moved down 3 places just on today's matches. I mean, Alpha also being moved down all those points, but now the iKURD Esports team holding strong up in 9th place on 188. We see the players there from SCYTES also still holding on to that 10th place on 187. We've got HOTLINE in 11th on 169. Of of course, YaLLa also sitting on 169, but they're over in 12th place. Real Tiger being able to move up one from yesterday, up in towards 13th into 147. And then, of course, we had the players there from Galaxy Racer getting moved down one on 141 points. But then, of course, Fate, the Snipers, Arab GSG, and Fanatic Zombies still sitting in 17th, 18th, and 19th place on 89, 60, and then, of course, 53 apiece for Arab and the Fanatic Zombies. And Arab's GSG also getting moved down slowly but surely. So definitely it's going to be quite the challenge in the third Super Weekend. If they do not step it up in the league play days that we've got coming up in the next week, it's going to be really hard for them to make any progress through onto that finals, and could then potentially maybe not see that happening. So definitely looking forward to the league days that we've got coming up, just to see how the teams are going to approach that, how they're going to try and work out those strats to find themselves back again in the final Super Weekend. So really an interesting week that I think we've got ahead of us.
I think now that, we finished week 1, we're just now finishing week 2, there's only 1 week left before we get to finals. This is the time where if you're not already far into that top 16 spot, that's really what it comes down to. You need to go on ahead and qualify for this next Super Weekend, because otherwise you're not going to qualify for finals, and that's what everybody here is playing for. Honestly, everybody at the bottom is probably hoping to go on ahead and qualify for Super Weekend with people from the top, so that all those people in the center spot can't play and stuff like that. That way they'll just be able to feed points to the top, potentially gain their own and make it up to the top. But we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what to expect coming into the next week, the last week of league play. Let's also take a look at our MVP player as well, though, to potentially give us some sort of a hint.
There we go. Mr. Hidan takes it away from Saleh. Well done, well played. Really strong average damage, strong average kills, strong survival time. Well deserved MVP coming in there from SUDOR. Hidan, fantastic job. And of course, we've seen those plays coming in from Hidan today. So yeah, big ups. Well done. Really much deserved MVP slot there. And I mean, and I'm pretty sure it was a really tough call to make, just looking at how close all those top players' stats were. I mean, we saw the top 5 players today. Oh man, it is so tough to see that.
Yeah, all of the MVPs that have been chosen so far, I am interested to keep an eye on. Because as we know, going into this last week, there's still a chance for some of these teams to go on ahead and make it into finals. There's the top few slots probably secured to make it in the finals, but that MVP, we've been talking about the chicken success for every Super Weekend. You could go on ahead and get an extra prize, but there's a whole other prize going into finals specifically for the MVP of finals. So us keeping track of the MVPs is kind of giving a little bit of a teaser, making us guess who is going to go on ahead and achieve that going into finals.
And I mean, there's so many players in the running to win that award of the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. And this is season 1. I mean, and it's off to such a strong, tough start between all these teams. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing how it will progress. And of course, I'm really excited to see what our next 2 days of league days or league plays are going to be bringing, as it will be that final attempt, that final chance for the teams to get themselves into that final Super Weekend. So a lot of excitement awaits us back again on Monday. So on that, we're going to wrap it up this evening. Thank you so much for watching. A big up to the teams for participating. And of course, we'll be leaving you in the very capable hands of Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf back again on Monday. Stay safe and have a fantastic evening.